Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome on in, everybody, to the Madden 24 Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. It is Cobra, it is Rob, here to highlight some of the action we are going to see today. Rob, how are you doing today?
I am really excited to see what everybody comes up with today. I've been looking over the teams in the bracket, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. We see a lot of Chiefs. I see some Buffalo, so we're going to get some of this real-life rematch where Buffalo has been on the losing end of that for a little while, but we're going to see if Josh Allen can pull it out in Madden today. We also have some Eagles, and as a Philadelphia fan, I will always root for Philadelphia. And then I've got one player who doesn't tell us who they're going to play, so maybe it's a surprise, and we'll see all of that today. And for everybody at home, you've got a lot to look forward to.
Plenty of action ahead is absolutely correct. 3 best-of-3 series on the docket so far, but they're not just playing for pride here, they're playing for a little something extra here, and Rally Cry, they have been putting out for some of these collegiate players.
Yeah, I've been playing Madden for a long time, and I was not as fortunate as the players that are playing today and having the Army National Guard be able to sponsor this event. There is a lot of cash on the line, as well as bragging rights, so it is a Madden player's dream to be able to get both of them in one place.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the prizing, shall we? What these players are actually playing against. This is one of a few different games that are part of the competition. You see a little bit of Rocket League. You see some of the fighting games, Street Fighter, Tekken, but we are focused on Madden. We're focused on that $5,000 going to some of these top spots.
Yeah, I mean, $5,000 is a lot, and we can't thank the Army National Guard anymore. Just have to remember, if you don't know about the Army National Guard, they are the military's first responders, and the Guard is activated to support when disaster strikes here at home. That means anything. It could be a hurricane. It could be all of those kind of floods, whatever. That's what the National Guard is all about, is to be able to make sure they can come through, and we love working with them and them helping us to be able to sponsor such a great event.
Absolutely. Soldiers in the Guard qualify to receive educational benefits from the state and federal tuition assistance programs, and they have the opportunity for, gain these transferable skills and leadership opportunities outside of the workplace or the classroom while pursuing a full-time job or going to school full-time. So if any of this resonates with you, if that interests you at all, make sure you go and check out their website at thenationalguard.com.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. It is a great opportunity working with the Army National Guard. My family, lots of military in my family, and we're very, very happy to serve and support our soldiers that are, within our family, and obviously everybody who's not related to me. We also are very happy to support them as well. And today, it's all put on the line. We're going to see who's going to come away with it. We've got some great players. Very, very excited to see what game plans come out today and what they've got hiding in their bags that they're going to show us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about the first matchup that we are going to see today. Too good going up against Luke Step, excuse me. And I believe that there's a little bit of a change of who we're
Oh,
going to see. We thought we were going to see the Chiefs versus the Bills, but a little bit of a change up going with the New York Jets on the side of Luke Step. Not a team that we see a ton of here at this level. What do you think, the idea of the change is here, Rob?
well, we know that Luke Step 47 has to be choosing the Jets for the defense. The offense for the Jets isn't necessarily anything to write home about. Obviously, we've got Garrett Wilson and things like that. But on defense, we've got Sauce Gardner. We've got a lot of pressure up front. And I think that's what they're looking for. Anytime you're playing against the Kansas City Chiefs, you're trying to make sure that you can keep Mahomes in check. It's like the Raiders have said recently, you have to have Mahomes rules. You have to be able to get in his face. You got to be able to put pressure, put him on the ground, and it's no different in Madden. You cannot let him just sit back there and pick you apart. In this case, with the Jets defense, you will hopefully be able to kind of shut down one side of the field with Sauce Gardner and rely on maybe it depends on how he wants to play safety and wants to play a linebacker, if he's going to do more user control there. But definitely, I can see playing the Jets on defense. And if he's just a genius on offense, then, the Jets offense will be fine. But I would say that you definitely have your work cut out for you if you are playing with the Jets, Jets.
Yeah, absolutely. But willing to step into the fire, it seems like. And I think you bring up a great point about, this may end up being a defensive battle. The Chiefs having an outstanding defense this past year. Got to see it in display all the way into what was the championship run that they had. But we'll see if a defense can make some of those turnovers, can create some of those plays in order to really turn this series into their favor. It looks like we are ready to go. So we will get to the field in just a little bit and see how this one's going to start off.
Yeah, I definitely, when you talk about that Kansas City defense, we're going to be looking up front at Jones and seeing what kind of havoc he can wreak in the middle. And like just in real life, in Madden, being able to get pressure directly in the middle, right into the quarterback's face, is the fastest way to cause some trouble. So we love seeing some great nose tackles, in there to be able to get this taken care of, our defensive tackles. So we have a kickoff.
We do have a kickoff, and it does look like the Jets are going to be put on to the test first. This is what we talked about a little bit earlier, in that defense being the reason why someone would pick these Jets, and they are being put into the fire almost immediately here in this first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many ways to look at it. I mean, you're going to have to be on defense a lot. Now, as we can see here on offense, you're going to be starting out. Oh, he's going to audible this, but on defense, we're looking at, looks like we're going to be playing a 3-4 on defense, and that's going to give him some opportunity. I do see Davis being user controlled, but McKinnon is just already destroying them. And this is what happens when you have a user control playing one of these linebacker spots. If you get caught up in the wash, this is what's going to happen to you.
Absolutely, and it could be a long day indeed if the Chiefs get the run game going early, but it does look like we are going to get a drop-off pass. Kelsey in motion onto the left side, still changing things at the line. Is Mahomes a lot audible, so we'll see where he goes with it. Looking down the middle of the field, Hardman not going to be able to get onto that one. That looked like an accurate pass, but just a slight little bit of movement towards the end of that throw.
Yeah, that was definitely where it was supposed to go. That he was wide open. Looks like user control at the very end just kind of came off of his spot. They'll definitely going to go back to that. You can see on defense that he's putting Kelsey in motion, trying to see if he's going to see this man coverage or zone coverage. That time he saw the zone coverage, had his guy, just didn't get it done.
2nd and 10, and goes back to the same exact spot. Hardman Jr. will get a hold of that one. It is a first down here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, we told you that play was there last time, and even if we want to think about it again, they might flip this over. Kelsey looked like he was open last time, and but they're going to go back to the ground game here with Checo.
Yeah, nice running back duo here with Checo and McKinnon. And once they get going, you're just allowing so many more options for Mahomes for that movement, where you're giving him all of the time, presenting so many threats on the field.
Yeah, this is going to be that same play. Now, I want you to keep your eyes on Kelsey because Davis is supposed to guard him, but oh my goodness, blown up quickly.
Of that 3rd and 8 here, Chiefs don't want to settle for a field goal at this time, so they're going to be looking, just to keep on moving the sticks, get themselves in range here. Drop back again, Hardman again in the same spot. It feels like we've seen that play work over and over and over again. It is a touchdown here for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's super hard when you are keying in on Travis Kelce. If you go back and you looked at that play, Kelce got picked up by the user. You're going to chase Kelce. You cannot let him get wide open. But on the other end, you're going to have one-on-one coverage on the outside, easily exploitable by Mr. Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Chiefs looking like the Chiefs. A ton of variance. I guess variance is not really the word. They hit you with the same play over and over again. But now it is really up to Luke Stepp and these Jets to get it going on offense. If it becomes a shootout, this is going to be probably one of the more important aspects of the series.
Yeah, and we're watching this from T. Good's side, so we're not going to be able to see the defensive calls here, so don't worry. There's nothing wrong with what you see at home, but these first couple of plays are really going to see what the Jets' offense is going to be able to do. So, I mean, it's just going to be, I think on our side, it's going to be kind of difficult. But, they do have Aaron Rodgers. Okay, so I was going to ask that question earlier if we were going to have Rodgers back here. So that makes his offense a lot different because now we're going to be running this ball with Hall, as you see. But Aaron Rodgers in the backfield makes this offense a lot more spectacular.
Yeah, this is, maybe a little bit longer of a sight than we got to see of Rodgers, unfortunately, this season. But, this is the kind of offense that you want to see. Hall, again, we'll get another rush, 2 rushes for 12 yards already. And this is another kind of offense where if you could get this running game going early, they have Hall, they got Dalvin Cook at the end of the year. Not Dalvin Cook. But, they had this rushing attack going. It gives Rodgers these options of how to hit his star receivers here.
I mean, Hall is a very good option. I think the big thing here is that you want to play a little bit of ball control. You want to make sure that you're not giving the Chiefs too much time to get this back. That's just not really where we want to be. So being able to every so often, get this run in, run some time off the clock. It's 5-minute quarters. Right now you see we're sub 2 minutes here. But as I see right now, there is no pass rush. And I mean no pass rush. So this is going to give Rodgers to Wilson a lot of time to cook today.
Absolutely. Great completion there over to the right side. Wilson for about 30 yards. And the first time out taken here by KC. Reset themselves a little bit. Motion here as we're bringing in the tight end. It'll be Trips on the left side. We'll be going into a deep zone here, but taking those underneath routes. Hall yet again and showing some versatility not only in the run game, but on those little dink and dunk passes. They have that space. They can continue to kind of exploit those edges of the field.
Yeah, the Jets are just taking what's given to them. I mean, if you're going to leave Hall open underneath every single time in the flat, well, that's just real easy. It's kind of hard to not get that going. Right now, you see we're going to be only one man in the backfield, no extra. We are going to bring some people back to block. But again, this is just too easy. There's literally no pressure at all coming to Aaron Rodgers' face. And when we talked in the pre-show, if you're just really good on offense, it's really not going to matter a lot of times who's back there. But if you also have Aaron Rodgers and you're great on offense and they're not going to pass rush you, well, maybe this is going to be a lot closer than we thought.
Yeah, absolutely. This offense responds 6 plays for 75 yards. And, it feels like a matchup that we thought was going to be defensive oriented may actually be up to the offenses on both sides. And I don't know about you, but I am a fan of high-scoring games, of high-flying action, and that might be the kind of results that we are going to get here.
Well, you are the exact opposite of me, my brother, because I love seeing defense in Madden, seeing what people can come up with, because it is easy to score when people don't play defense. So I'm always interested to see what kind of things people can come up with. And again, we're playing 3-4, so they know that. And this is going to, oh my God, wow. I thought this was going to get blown up completely in the backfield. They did get a little bit, but that could have been much worse.
Yeah, Pacheco making, the most out of that situation. I mean, it was, for all intents and purposes, blown up as the defensive line did get penetration downfield. It will be Gray this time, and that seems to be the hot spot for this KC offense. They're finding that weak spot, and they're exploiting it with multiple receivers now.
Yeah, it's just this left side go every single time, and they're just basically just waiting for the opportunity to be able to roll that one out. The Jets haven't found a way to stop that just yet. You can see they're bringing in the ends. They're trying to go directly up the middle here, but this should give you some opportunity with Kelsey. It just depends on what they're going to be doing with this linebacker here, but we're going to be end of the first quarter, 7-7. Both teams really didn't have too much, opposition going up and down the field with ease.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it feels like this could be one of those games where it could either come down to who has the ball last before time expires, or if there is one defensive play to kind of change it. Is there a forced turnover that kind of changes this game? But right now, start of the second quarter. One receiver on the right, two on the left.
Yeah, here's this seam, and we got this go, but Valdez-Scantling is going to bring that back to the middle. That's kind of weird to be able to have two receivers, Valdez-Scantling, and have Kelsey so close, but it worked out because right at the last moment, comes to the middle of the field, gets that quick completion.
That bit of separation already in the red zone yet again. First and goal. Pacheco to the right side into a lot of traffic. Does dance around and manage to get a few yards on that one. Didn't think there was a lot of places to go, but still made it a ton of work there to get that to go.
Yeah, and this is a little bit difficult for Kansas City because they are so close and they can't run that same play because that play takes about 10-ish, yards to actually get going, and that would have put them almost out of the end zone. So they're going to come up with, got to get something going across the middle, see what you can do. So this is like a real, for a lot of Madden players, is a hard time because you're used to having to get more yards than this. And you see, he's looking over there to R1, doesn't have anybody, going to try to take this himself. Is he going to be able to get through? Oh, no. Now, this is what we talk about. Big defense from the Jets.
Yeah, and this is a choice here. Do you go for it? Do you kick? And this will be, they will go for the field goal. Doesn't look like there's going to be any shenanigans on this one. Just taking the points as it is. Kick is up, and it is good. They will take the lead, but only 3 points in an offensive battle. That might actually put them back here.
Well, it says a lot about how they feel about their defense. At that point, the play call definitely says go for it there. You should be able to get something going. And I think if it was me, maybe we just try to go for it, try to play some defense. But they said, look, we don't feel that good about our defense, even if we put them on the 5 or the 6-yard line. So now Aaron Rodgers is back at work, and we've got that trip. So you're going to have a screen pass, but no blockers there. Still does get a little bit. The blockers were, I don't know where they were looking. They weren't looking at the guy who could make the tackle.
Yeah, that's one of those where the receiver that catches it might have a word or two with his blockers, like, this was your guy. But gets a few yards regardless. 2nd and 4 here in the second quarter. Rodgers drops back, looking to move on the right side, has options downfield. It will be the throw to Cobb, and just misses it, and that could have been taken away there.
That was something else. Just didn't get that second foot down. He did have somebody open underneath, wanted to go long with it, but was a little late. So that's what Kansas City was looking for. Wasn't able to get it this time. You see Wilson going in motion. And now Rodgers has the same exact play. Was he in? Was not.
Like was. Yeah, it doesn't look like he got the foot down and maybe just a little bit late on the break. They are going to go for this one. This is pretty aggressive considering the circumstances, but they feel like they've been getting the looks. Roger dropping back, option middle of the field, and they will hold on to it. That is a first down.
That's just disrespectful. You have to remember that they're right now, maybe if they miss that play, they're going to give it right back at about like the 30-yard line to their opponents, and they just said, look, we have no respect for you. No respect on defense. And now we've got 2 minutes left. And, there was also not a lot of time on the clock. That is very, very confident offensive play calling. And, again, it just tells you what they think about this Chiefs defense.
Absolutely. And, what they think about themselves as well, the confidence to put another play, to basically chalk it up and know that they have the playbook in order to make it work. Good run here for Brees Hall,
Oh!
and they will break through. Just one person to beat, a little bit of a slowdown going to the right side. It will be just at around the 7-yard line, but a huge gain here for the Jets.
Yeah, this just tells you exactly how I don't know everything. I said, man, with less than 2 minutes, they're going to give it to Hall, and Hall immediately proves us all wrong, breaking a big run, getting to that defender, sliding right off of him, almost takes it to the house. And now they're in the same situation that the Chiefs were in, but it looks like they might have a little bit better chance here. We're now on the 2-yard line, minute 7 left. Do they have some plays in here that can complete this? Because we literally just saw the same thing from the Chiefs. They couldn't do it, but the Jets' run game looks a little bit stronger than the Chiefs today.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a big drive for them because we have to remember the Jets kicked off at the beginning of this half, which means they can score if they, don't leave a lot of time for Patrick Mahomes. They do have the chance to double up at the start of our second half here, but another handoff left side to Hall, and that will be good to go. Second touchdown here for the Jets.
Easy play. Hall using that speed to get to the edge. Only needed a couple of yards. It's going to be 14-10 right after this PAT. But they did leave a minute for Kansas City. So on one hand, it is a minute 4. On the other hand, the Jets would love to see if they can get a turnover, get Kansas City to do something silly, and then be able to get the ball at half.
Yeah, this feels like the kind of situation that you're on the other sideline opposite of Patrick Mahomes. You absolutely loathe. It feels like no amount of time left on the clock is too little, and got a timeout to work with as well. But I mean, they're going to be looking for points on the board. I mean, even a field goal wouldn't necessarily be anything to bat an eye on. Keeping this, within a score game here.
Yeah, and here's the pressure up the middle, right in his face. Didn't see him at all, and this is one of those mistakes we talked about. I'm sure that the Jets would have. I'm surprised they didn't take a timeout because now the Chiefs can just basically run this down, but they decided not to. Here's the blitz, and now Kelsey has found a way open and out of bounds, doubly bad, but it is still 3rd and inches.
Thought they would have actually got the first down there, but just pushed out. 33 seconds left on the clock. They still hold on to that timeout here. Kelsey in motion to the left side. Bunch formation now. They're looking down the field, but Mahomes doesn't like it. Change in the play here.
Well, he loves Hardman Jr. right here because this is that zone. They got it double teamed, but now we're going to see right across the middle is completed, but we've got 27 seconds left. That was their last timeout, and like you said, even a field goal is going to be something that they want to put on the board, but they have no more timeouts, so they have to be very, very careful about using the middle of the field right now.
It feels like you have to play to the sidelines here, and Jets have to know that. But they also don't want to let up the big play, so they might allow those 5-yard out routes, but they're actually going to run the ball here. They don't have a way to stop the clock unless they want to. They're going to quick on it. No, they are going to spike it. That is an interesting decision there, considering time is your enemy here.
There's really no way to describe what was kind of going on there. I mean, it's possible that maybe you just wanted to get your kicker to that right hash because you felt like that's where he kicked the best. But I think overall, this is going to get there. That is a long one. Excellent to be able to get a field goal in that situation. But I would have loved to have seen the Jets take a timeout right after that sack because they had to run. They basically ran the exact same blitz, but the next time they weren't able to keep Kelsey in check, which ended up continuing in this drive, giving Kansas City 3 points, and now we're back to a 1-point game.
Yeah, well, Kansas City, it's a successful drive there, but the clock management, it makes you wonder, could they have run 1 or 2 more pass plays, to the outside and get a little bit closer? They just take the points at the beginning. 10 seconds left, and Jets don't have a ton of time, but they do have 3 timeouts, so they might take a chance at that.
I very much doubt that this would be anything more than one play down the field. Again, they're going to be looking at it the same way. Like, do we really want to be in a situation where we can turn this over? So now they've got 5 seconds. They can throw this possibly to the end. Well, you got to take a look at where we're at on the field. 36. No, I don't think Aaron Rodgers has got that quite as big of arm to be able to get it all the way there, but we're about to find out.
Yeah. Old man Rodgers will step back. They might want to look for one opportunity here. Has a lot of space to the right side. Do they catch the ball and get out? They just managed to do so, and I actually don't think he got out of bounds. I think they
had to use
will
it.
Take the timeout.
Now they're going to kick a field goal from the logo, and it's good.
What a turnaround here. I mean, and it feels like that's all because the Chiefs did not run out the clock on their side.
Yeah, look, if you give somebody the ball and there's like 10, 15 seconds on the clock, you definitely don't expect them to be able to come through and be able to get a field goal in what we just saw. They were very fortunate to be able to use that timeout to leave 1 second on the clock, but that field goal that they gave up to Kansas City didn't end up hurting them as much because they were able to go ahead and get a field goal right back. They are up 4 and getting the ball back, so now they can turn this into a 2-possession game, and we'll see what Aaron Rodgers and the Jets can do now.
Absolutely, and for the Chiefs, this is where you want your defense to make a stop here. There's been points on basically every drive. So if you're Kansas City, you're hoping that pass rush hits home, makes that quarterback move a little bit. Rodgers not moving as well as he did when he was a youngin, but still dangerous with time, with that pocket presence here. Bunch formation on the right side. A handoff, and Hall has just been the workhorse for this team. Gets a few before being taken down.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're giving him this screen look and then being able to hand it off to Hall. Now we're going back into this trips left, and you see Connor being able to try to pretend like there's going to be some pressure, but that's going to leave Wharton trying to guard Hall, and that is a matchup that they'll take all day.
Yeah, linebacker versus the running back there. You often favor that running back, especially in those quick outs. But I really, this has been a great job by Luke by taking those opportunities and taking those underneath routes when there hasn't been that home run hitter available downfield. One here to Conklin, just past the first down line, and we'll get a few more. Yet again, they're moving the chains here, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, great drag route, bringing it across the middle. Rodgers sees him instantly. Now we've got Conklin, spelling Hall. But these are open every single time. The defense of Kansas City has not been able to really take away these two options, one being this underneath to Hall. Now he takes it away from Tranquil, but then you've got Cobb who opens up late, and it is an easy completion for Rodgers, already up to 180 yards passing with 1 touchdown.
Absolutely. It feels like both of these offenses have really found their specific points. For the Jets, it feels like that specific corner route or fade route, if you will, to the right side. For the Chiefs, it was that seam route on the left side. They kept finding that space. They kept going to it. Feels like both of these offenses are finding what works for them. Hall trying to cut back inside, will not have any room to work here in the red zone.
And that's that same look where they can go with the screen pass to the left, or they can do the delay to Hall. And, the last couple times Hall has not been able to get that done. So you would expect eventually that they can try to confuse, see how you've got Edwards under the user control, see if they can get him in the wash like we talked about before. And that is incomplete. Looked like that could have been a fumble for a second.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit too much running there for Rodgers. Kind of putting your quarterback in a dangerous spot. And you can see the idea there, but, that kind of left your quarterback get hit pretty cleanly on that play. 3rd and goal, red zone. It's a lot of traffic to get through, but they're going to be looking for a touchdown here if possible.
Yeah, and remember last time they went with that Hall, basically it was a run. This time it's going to be a quick pass to the middle, and that is a touchdown. And you can see both of these offenses have been struggling once they get into that 5 to 6 yard line, but the Jets have been able to convert them both into touchdowns.
Yeah, and quite a brave pass there through a lot of traffic, but just able to find the intended receiver there. This is an 11-point game, a 2-score contest currently, and quite a lot of time ticked off in this 3rd quarter. So it's up to KC to kind of bring this back into the fold.
Yeah, Kansas City would have loved to have been able to get that stop there, but again, you said this earlier, the Jets have scored on every single drive, even the drive when they only had about 20 seconds left. So Kansas City's got to figure out something because it is currently not working on the defensive side. So they've got to keep putting up 7, and the pressure is coming, this time over the head of Valdez-Scantling.
And another one that felt like the user kind of altered the route just at the wrong moment where it felt like it couldn't quite get the catch. It's not something they're going to think about too much. Mahomes,
yeah, but the pressure is coming. Oh, look at this hole. Oh, he slowed up a little bit, wasn't able to take advantage of it, and being able to keep Pacheco to 14 yards so far is a great success for the Jets.
Yeah, so far it felt like both teams were, attacking the run game early. They were trying to get a few yards, and KC, unfortunately, I feel like they've been put in situations where they had to kind of step away from that. That felt like an opportunity to kind of get a few yards, but that daylight closed very quickly on the other side. Now you're in 3rd and 8 downfield. No, instead Pacheco underneath, and that is going to be short, 4th and 3, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, there's that. Earlier in the game, you saw Kansas City able to complete this little inside route to Hardman Jr. or whoever was in that slot position. That's gone away. They've only completed one pass to Kelsey so far. So they've got to find a way to get your best player in the game and have not been able to. He's going to jump in front of this one. They tried to go back to the well. Are they going to be able to catch 29? They are not. This is going to be a touchdown. Pick 6 for the Jets.
And that is the defensive play that you're looking for if you're the Jets. And again, I think you kind of hit it on the head. They're trying to maybe find that comfort spot. It was a comeback route, a hook in that seam instead of, continuing that route. But the safety read it the entire way. And now this has broken this game wide open.
And this is why you play with the Jets. You have great defense going in. With Aaron Rodgers not hurt as he is in real life, your offense actually isn't abysmal like it was with Zach Wilson. So now you're the Kansas City. You're down 18. What can you do? What do you have in the playbook now to be able to get back in this game, and you've got about 6 minutes left?
Well, you're looking for your stars and look for Rashid Rice to kind of get open here. As you call the name. Makes it work there, and you're going to look for these long throws down the field. Those posts have been available for him, but just making sure that they're picking their moments here. And they're going to try and score quick to give them as much time as possible to put as many points as possible on the board.
Yeah, the biggest problem the Chiefs have right now is going to be the clock, because even if they score, we do have this one-on-one. Oh, my goodness! Oh, no. Oh, no.
That, man, I mean, that was it was a little bit brave to try and force that one. You can tell, they had kind of the right idea. There was availability, but that one, you're throwing into double coverage. You're really pushing a receiver to try and make a play, and unfortunately, that doesn't work out. But now at least you have this opposition pinned here. Could maybe make a stop and give your offense another opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really not even the issue right now. Now it's just the clock. Because even if you stop them, they'll punt. You're going to be losing all this time. We're going to get into the fourth quarter here in about 1 second. So now you've got 5 minutes. You need 18 points, and you somehow have to stop an offense that you have not stopped all day. So it is ice skating uphill, as we call it, for Kansas City Chiefs in Game 1 of this 3-game match between T. Good and Luke Step 47.
Yeah, that third quarter, just such a momentum swing here. 14 points scored for the Jets, 0 scored for KC. Not able to really keep up the scoring. And now again, what a wonderful run by Hall, and they might not have anybody to stop them here through the middle, all the way to the side, and they're not even going to worry about the touchdown. They're going to worry about the clock, and they'll end that run prematurely.
Yeah, and if you're Kansas City, you're just like, okay, you got it. You didn't go out of bounds. You didn't stop the clock. So perfect. if it doesn't score points and it runs the clock, we're all about that life. And right now, they're going to be able to get another stop on the run. I think at this point, if you are Kansas City, you're just trying to figure out some things that you can do on offense for the next game. This game, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to come back with 4 minutes on 18 points, with an 18-point deficit. But you can maybe find a couple little holes and see what you can do. And as you see, Hall, they're realizing that maybe they just keep Hall involved. Be able to make sure that, look, if we keep this man involved, we can do some more damage in the next couple of games. We don't have to show Kansas City any more of our offensive plays. It is, Kansas City's worst nightmare to be able to, basically put them on the one, and then they just keep going. Like, they don't care. Yeah, bring it back in. Exact. See, smart play. Do not go out of bounds. Kansas City is in big trouble. He would like to leave the match, no?
Yeah, we have had forfeits on the stream before, as players just kind of mentally getting ready for the next game, not really needing anything to show. But this is a game controlled right now by the Jets, and Hall had an open lane of grass and seemed like they didn't want to take it, which is fair. It does look like we are going to get the end of this game number 1. And so that one, ended. We kind of knew exactly where it was going. They're ready for game number 2 now. And what a second half from the Jets there to really lengthen that lead and really take over.
You have to really tip your hat to the Jets because they were getting torched early by the Chiefs with the same play, long pass plays. The run game for Kansas City really wasn't there. But once they were able to take that money play away from Kansas City, there wasn't like another play they could go to. There wasn't another underneath. There wasn't a run game, so to speak. And then when they kind of got their backs up against the wall, they tried to go back to that money play, but the Jets were ready, turned it into a pick six. And here we are, 31-13 win for Luke Step 47.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a kind of going off what you said, Casey didn't necessarily have that backup plan, and for the Jets, they were able to have a lot of success on the ground. We saw Hall, who had an absolute game on the ground, had a touchdown as well. Probably had 2 more touchdowns that they kind of let up on, and could, just out of gamesmanship more than anything. But truly had an incredible game, as well as those shots down the field to that right corner area of that defensive side. So they had multiple things, and I feel like they still have more plans in the playbook. It felt like they didn't want to show anything else, like you said. It feels like they still have quite a bit to work with here.
Yeah, if you're Kansas City, you're definitely worried because when the running game is working really well in Madden, man, it is just backbreaking. You're talking about 5-minute quarters, and if you can just continually run the ball, you essentially just deny, opportunities for the other offense to be able to be on the field. And it's hard to get turnovers when you're running. There's a lot of positive things for the Jets on offense if they can continue giving Hall the ball when you have Aaron Rodgers behind there, because now they're going to have to put more men in the box. They're going to have to do some more. And I doubt that they want to get out of this 3-4. The Jets are running a 3-4. For Kansas City, they have to decide what they want to do. Do they want to try to pressure Rodgers? Do they want to try to stop the run? Because both of those were not working. Because every single drive that the Jets have resulted in points, even when it was, like I said, 20 seconds on the clock, and I'm thinking, man, like, they're just going to run this clock out. It's no big deal. Nope, they go down and get a field goal. So for Kansas City, are you going to continue to play zone? Do you want to play man? And I think also on offense for Kansas City, you've got to get Travis Kelce involved somehow. You have your second best player on the team has 1 catch the entire game. That is not going to equal dubs in the long run, and now you've got your back against the wall. You have to win game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, game 2, so important to get best of 3 series. So you win here if you are the Jets and Luke Step, and you move on. You lose here, you're done for today, but there are still opportunities here in the future, but all we are worried about is today. Let's head on to this game number 2, where it looks like we are in the Chiefs Stadium again. The Jets will be kicking off, so similar game plan from them where they're going to rely on their defense to at least, kind of slow down the beginnings of this KC offense.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we're going to go back to the same offense that they had previously, or if they have some sort of zone breaker that they run that they've got in their playbook. We want to get this run game somewhat put together for Pacheco, because again, you see 5 guys in the box. If you see on the other side, you've got 6 offensive linemen. So it's like we use Kelsey as a blocker as they did, and now, if you can get past that, I like where they're going. 6 men on 5, that's fine. We could take this all day. We motion Kelsey over, ends up putting him in the wash, letting him pick up one of these linebackers and opening it up for Pacheco. So we'll see if they continue with that.
It feels like the daylight is there, the blocking holds, but they have to really hit the hole hard in order to gain those yards. But 2nd and 7, Mahomes back, checks down to Rice. He'll get a first down and makes a move to get a little bit more, and that'll move the chains.
We did not see that play last game, and he saw the blitz coming off the end. That was going to be coming from the defensive back. Saw that blitz, let him get in a little bit, was able to go ahead and get that completion right away. These are fine. All of these plays are great. We don't have to score quickly. As long as we are positively moving this ball up, we'll take it all day. This time there was no blocks. Travis Kelce, my boy, you need to come back. I don't need you blocking 10 yards down the field. I need you to get these guys up front.
So far, the running game has not been as successful as they would have liked, but just got to continue to commit to it. You can't necessarily give it up, especially in an early of a game as this. Quick throw to Kelsey, who will get a few yards there, the first down and a little bit more. And right now, this KC offense, they are not huddling. It is continuing to play, and they really want to tire out this defense.
Well, we love seeing Travis Kelce get involved. I mean, if you're going to give him a one-on-one, there's the block. All of the daylight in the world.
And McKinnon down to about the 6-yard line, and that's exactly the kind of stuff that we wanted to see. The holes have been there. It's just finally an opportunity taken there for KC.
And this is a different offensive game plan than we saw last time. We've seen Travis Kelce being the focal point of this offense, and what I say is that you're seeing him get out there and block. You're seeing out there getting in catch, and now you've got a touchdown. And Kansas City had a terrible time scoring from this close in the previous game. Easy peasy this time around. But again, they're getting Kelsey involved, if that's just throwing him passes or he's lead blocking. This is what you want to see from the Kansas City offense.
Now to the kickoff. And reminder, we did see a very similar start to this game as we saw in game number 1. KC came out, they scored early, and the Jets scored right back. See if this will kind of follow that same trend, or we could see a little bit more defense from this Kansas City side.
Yeah, I am definitely interested to know what Kansas City has in their back pocket now. They've already essentially said that they don't really know how to rush Aaron Rodgers, if that's going to be just a normal. They can't do it with just the down lineman. Weren't able to do that last game. So now it's a matter of, do we want to try to blitz going up the middle? Right now there's no tight end in the offense, so now you've got 2 men on both sides, and they're going to go right back to Breece Hall, but this time they are able to stop it.
Yeah, and if you're a KC, you will take that, just trying to limit the effectiveness of Hall, not only in these zone reads, but coming out of the backfield in those routes or that final check down. You don't want any of those opportunities, and that one is going to be picked off. It is going to be McDuffie. Not going to get anywhere from it, but a huge turnover here, and KC will take over.
That is excellent defense this time, and this was something we're playing zone still, but I was concerned because the initial look was that Hall being moved out there was going to be open, was a little bit late with it, gets the interception, and now Kansas City with their first stop. They had no stops in the first game. Now they have an interception, looking to go up 2 scores.
Awesome middle, Rice having a lot of the workload here early for KC. We'll get another first down, 4 receptions already on the day, as well as a touchdown here for Rashid Rice.
I am very impressed with what Kansas City has done. They've come out with a completely different offense. Tried to go back to the one that they had before as soon as I say that. But I like the drags. I like being able to keep Travis Kelce involved, and I think let's keep with that. Let's get number 87 some looks. Let's have some motion on him. Let's make him the focal point of this thing and see what we can do from there. And they're going to bring that in. You see Kelce with the block, but not too much going on there. We are in the 19-yard line, 3rd and 5.
Yeah, caught up in the crowd a little bit, so not really able to turn on the Jets and break free. 3rd and 5. Good positioning here, but we'll see if Mahomes will be able to continue this drive any further. Rice
there is literal no one on Rice right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, Rice doesn't have anyone. I mean, this is a quick 5 yards, and you could get this this first down. Let's see if they go through it. No, they go to the run instead. It will be enough. McKinnon breaks a tackle, still up, but will eventually be taken down, and whatever works here. First down for Kansas City.
Yeah, and it's funny because we were both saying, oh, look, there's nobody on Rice. But what they were thinking is, wow, that means Rice just gets to block the first person that he sees, and that should open it up. And Kansas City has essentially had the ball this entire quarter. Going to be looking to run this out some more. And there is a flag for delay of game. Well, so I think you might decide not to take this. And here's why. They take the delay of game so they can have more space to run their plays. So you just don't take it. You make them operate from the 10. So by taking it, now you open it up more for them, and they can do a little bit more. And McKinnon going to immediately punish this man.
Oh. Well, now it is 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. And Kansas City, I mean, they're operating at a high level right now. Kelce in motion. They're going to run the ball, but that one's going to be blown up by the Jets defense there.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no world where I'm actually hiking this ball before the half or before the first quarter is over. But Kansas City has different ideas, and this is going to be a touchdown to McKinnon right up the middle. Nobody touches him. Jersey is mighty clean on the way for that touchdown.
Yeah, and this is a dream start if you are the Chiefs here, up by now 14 as that BAT will go in. And the Jets now getting back on to the field after this kickoff, and it really was one costly interception, points immediately taken off of that turnover, and now they got a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, the Jets really haven't been able to do much just because they haven't had the ball. I mean, they've had the ball once. So they're still not out of this. They can score, and we've seen them score a lot, and they are getting the ball at halftime. So they've just got to figure it out, just not make another mistake. They're right back into the same offense, and Hall is going to be a big part of that. And Hall's got a big hole, is going to make one cut. Oh, my goodness. Kansas City user problems.
Did Steve just trip?
I think the man had a stroke. The man just had a stroke.
Touchdown for Hall there. The Jets will make good on that one early. And I thought there was at least going to be one more defender chasing Hall down, but not to be. Hall has been an absolute monster here in this series, and that'll get the Jets hopefully right back on track here.
Yeah, 76-yard touchdown, I think. That is a long one. For Kansas City, obviously you saw there, they just didn't tackle. So I'm not sure what happened there. That is something that can be easily fixed. We would just hope the next time that and they've seen that play before. I mean, that is literally the exact same play that they ran on the first drive when they got the ball previously. But for Kansas City, this is why I was saying, like, if the Jets are going to play this run game offense, let's just hold the ball. Let's just take the whole, every time we get it, let's just run this bad boy all the way to the end, and then we'll see what they can do from there. Because right now, they haven't shown me this game that they can pass the ball. So here we go. If it's me, I'm just running this down until the quarter ends. But maybe they're just feeling like they want to have as much time as possible. But no, they do go ahead and get into the second quarter, and the score is a lot closer than the game really is. It is definitely been all Kansas City this game, but the Jets right at the last moment, huge play to get a touchdown.
Yeah, the Jets did not hold on to the ball very long. I mean, the early interception in their first drive and then the early touchdown in the second drive. So their offense has barely been on the field, but I mean, fairly efficient work from them to stay in this contest
Oh,
regardless. Mahomes, oh, good route there by Hardman Jr. We'll get a little bit of room to go, but that nice little stutter step faking that route to the inside, going outside, such a successful route in Madden.
and for the first time, that go route for Kelsey was actually wide open. That has not been open at all. So keep an eye on that play. But this time now we got Pacheco. And again, it's funny. Every time you see Kelsey trying to go for some of these blocks when it's a run up the middle, he ends up blocking the safety as opposed to one of the linebackers. He basically just takes himself out of the play. But that is going to be 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2 now for Kansas City.
Be a play for Rice, and that time that will be disrupted early there. That's a great read by the defense, not allowing that sweep to generate any speed to the outside.
Yeah, they did run that before to some success, but that's definitely something that you want to give the defense a different look, maybe run it the other way, because they were able to sniff that one out early, and now you see Kelsey going in motion.
Oh,
No! Davis just has to beat Mahomes and beats him like a drum.
oh my goodness. It is another interception. This time it will be the Jets. And that one felt like the defense was waiting for that exact throw. They're in the right place at the right time. They take it all the way. It is 1st and goal, and the Jets could tie this up in a hurry.
Yeah, and you see that if that ball's thrown to Kelsey, it's okay. It was the problem is that it was not. And now you've got Aaron Rodgers trying to tie this game up, and this was a 14-0 lead for Kansas City, and the defense, oh my Lord.
No.
Hall
to the outside, another touchdown. And right now, I mean, what a swing here. The Jets defense immediately leading into offenses, and we are all tied up. 3 minutes left in the second quarter.
I would love to see the time of possession for the Jets right now. It's like a minute 20. It's like they like haven't had the ball. They turned it over, then they just got the long touchdown, and then they got an interception, and then just scored a it's like they've had the ball like sub 2 minutes, and it's
been a very easy day for them.
Yeah, the offense is real clean. Jerseys are not dirty at all. No sweat's been broken. Kansas City's got to fix it. This is something where they were up 14-0, all the momentum in the world, and got a little sloppy there. Let's get back to that run game. Get back to keeping Kelsey involved like you were before. There's that Kelsey drag again. But it's got to go to Kelsey. Like, let him develop.
Oh, no. That's another one.
The offense just falling apart for Kansas City now. They got to go back and take what's given to them. And they are just making some big mistakes on offense and just giving another chance for Aaron Rodgers to get back on the field and have a short field, be able to get to work, and possibly take the lead in this game after being down 14-0.
Yeah, just lacking a little bit of that patience. Screen to the left, one to beat, now a little bit of room to run. Will get into the red zone here as Aaron Rodgers and the Jets starting to look good. And again, they're making all of this work so quickly here. They are on, what is that, about the 13, 14-yard line. Hall looking to get the first down and more, and will be dragged in. It'll be a touchdown, his second touchdown of the game. It'll be 20-14 as soon as they put the PAT in. 21 if it goes in, and it will.
I'm pretty sure that's his third touchdown, right? He had the long one, then he had the one to the right, and this
you're
one
right.
up the middle. 3 touchdowns for Hall. Aaron Rodgers doesn't even have to do the work today. It's just give it to my man in the backfield. Let him go to work. And now a lead that was 14-0 has disintegrated and is now a 7-point deficit for Kansas City. and they're going to take this one out. And that is, let's see, hit sticks in there. Nope, they're going to go ahead and get this on the 14. So definitely not a great decision to take that out.
Well, I'm wondering, how the temperament and the patience is here for T-Good, because you kind of tell when they're in the lead, the style of play and what the decisions they were making, they were taking what was available, and as soon as a little bit of pressure here from the Jets came, they were starting to score and getting a little bit closer, started to make these decisions of going for these home run balls, and we just have seen. Great pass there to Rashid Rice, but we just have seen a little bit more tact, a little bit more patience in the play. And that's when the Kansas City offense is doing so well. They have to resist the urge to try and go for a home run every single play. They cannot turn the ball over as we get into the 2-minute warning here at the end of this first half.
Yeah, and you have to remember that, granted, yes, they were up 14-0. Now they're down 7. The game isn't over by any means. They are still in this game, but they definitely need to score right now. You don't want to go ahead and give it back to the Jets and then be in the same situation you were last time where you're going to be down 2 possessions. But, you're down 7. You have the ball. Just get back to what you were doing that was working, and which was, again, keeping Kelsey involved. You don't have to do a lot of crazy stuff. Let's get it to Pacheco. You've got 1:55. You still have 3 timeouts. Just take what the defense gives you. Get back into this game, because this is not a game you could lose, right? The Jets, this is a game in hand. So they're willing to maybe take a little bit more risk, do some stuff like that. Pacheco, huge hole. Oh, gets a great block.
And he's going to
get
all
there.
The way.
Easy.
That is a huge run. And again, massive blocks from the O-line there on the user as well. So not able to switch in time to really affect the play. Tie game here for KC. That'll leave 1:33 on the clock. And very similarly to game number 1, the Jets have an opportunity to double dip here if they get some exciting offense towards the end of this half.
Yeah, plenty of time for the Jets. Obviously, they have not had the ball a lot today, but they have done the most with it when they had it. But this, so far, has been a running team. This is a team that has been saying, give it to Hall, let him do what he does, and if we need to get Aaron Rodgers involved, we will. 1:33, still plenty of time with 2 timeouts to be able to. The entire playbook is open. You bring in Edwards down, and Hall is kind of stopped. All right, still got 4 yards, but that's okay when there's 1:20 something left.
2 timeouts here for the Jets, 3 for Kansas City if they wanted to slow down and maybe take a look. But Rodgers is going to hold on to that ball just a little bit too long. Will eventually be eaten up by the defensive line. 3rd and 9 here.
That's the best pass rush they've had in a game and a half. If they can continue to do that, that's a coverage sack. There really just wasn't many places for Rodgers to go with the ball. They're going to bring this blitz. And normally you don't want to pass across your body, but getting it to Cobb worked out just fine that time.
Yeah, that is the exact kind of throw that you'd see both of these quarterbacks make routinely, it feels like. You don't necessarily want to show it on film because that's not exactly something that you want to teach younger quarterbacks, but they make it look so easy.
Well, what's even funny about that is Aaron Rodgers, I think, only has passed the ball 4 times.
So yeah, he's 3 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that if somebody has said this before, hey, what would the score be if Rodgers has passed the ball 5 times? I would tell you that they're probably in a bad spot. But, in fact, they aren't. It is 3rd and 8, 21-21, 17 seconds on the clock. And if they can get into field goal range, they could. Now, they did let some things happen with Kansas City and last time with a little bit on the clock. Oh, but there's finally some pressure in Aaron Rodgers' face. And now, 4th and 8 on the 48 going the other way. This is not a field goal situation.
No, it's not a field goal situation. They don't have any timeouts. They used their 2 timeouts. They weren't able to get to the sideline, so they have to rely on those out routes in order to continue this drive and get points out from it. Rodgers, 3 receivers on the left, will go down the middle, and that one could be dangerous. Can they get back to the line in order to spike this? No, they will run out of time. This Half will end 21-21, and it is all even going into the second half.
The Jets were facing sure disaster, being down 14-0 quickly, fought back, got 2 interceptions. It is now 21-21, and they're getting the ball back. But this game is a lot closer than it appeared to be after the first about 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, and that is a huge stop for KC. They're not allowing any points there. You're stopping this from possibly getting into a 2-possession game. So now you go into this half knowing that you're absolutely even, relying on your defense. That now we're starting to see that defensive line break through, start to rattle Rodgers a little bit. We'll see if that has any continuation here in this third quarter.
All right, here we go. Hall starting it off right. Hall has 99 yards rushing already.
Pretty good fantasy performance, I think.
Yeah, I'll take that. 3 touchdowns, 99 yards in the first half. Basically, we're doing okay. But we have started. Aaron Rodgers is now 6 for 8, 75 yards. Does have an interception, but they are on the move. 1st and 10. And they have really kind of, I don't want to say that they've reinvented their playbook, but I'm not seeing a lot of the same plays we saw from the first game, but we are seeing a lot of Hall. And that's great. They're able to keep him involved, but not show them the same looks, make Kansas City do some things that they don't necessarily want to do, but that is a big tackle because Hall, again, has been burning them constantly. So to be able to get this to 3rd and 3, put some pressure on them to do something with this ball and maybe put it in the air, maybe get a mistake and get this ball back.
2-by-2, that stacked looking formation that we've seen so often, but they are going to go, and it will be Rodgers keeping it. No, instead it's going to be the screen to the right side. And it's going to be Wilson who will be in a race all the way to the right side. It will go in, and the touchdown. You thought it was going to be Rodgers, but instead he gets it to a skill guy, and they take it for 6.
That is one of the craziest plays I think I have ever seen. That looked like some flag football play where you lateral it backwards. Because if we went to a replay of that, both of those, there was 2 wide receivers to the right side. There was nobody over there, at all. He could have just thrown it over there, but we were all so enamored when he just brought it around and was by himself. But instead, it is still a touchdown. Jets up 7. The Chiefs little embarrassed there at the defensive play call.
Listen, I was so focused on Rodgers potentially scrambling there for that first down, and it pulled those defenders as well. All of the focus went to try to stop Rodgers, and to me, that was it might have been a little bit close to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
No challenges there in backyard football. That would have absolutely been an argument for the decades, but. 28-21. Mahomes will take over and look for something across the middle. Valdez-Scantling will get a little bit of room. And, when KC have been accurate across the middle of the field, they have been able to move, but they just have to temper their expectation of when they're crossing and when they're going after those 2 safeties at the top.
Yeah, we've just been seeing the run game be so important for both of these teams. Pacheco, 70 yards rushing with a touchdown. Keep these guys involved. I'm looking, every time I'm looking at these defenses, I'm seeing 5 guys in the middle, but I'm seeing, right now, I've got 5 offensive linemen. I still have Kelsey, plus my running back. There's plenty of opportunity if you can do it, but this is another weird play, too. They did this in the first half where there's 2 guys on top of each other by themselves off to the left. So I'm not sure how that play develops to get into that, but so far it's worked out just fine.
Yeah, they've had success basically, again, that stack. They're both basically running the same route, shadowing each other. It still works out. Kelsey gets a little bit of work there and heads off to the sideline. 2nd and 7. We've got plenty of time left in the third quarter as well. Holmes in the shotgun. Kelsey goes to the right side. Rashid Rice, again, not covered immediately. Could mean a run here for Rashid Rice, but it is going to be
do you see the audible for Rice?
Yeah, it looks like Rice, if they can get it to him, but they aren't going to wait on it in the coverage. Fairly good there on Hardman Jr., but uh, again, wonderful recognition. That safety did come over the top. That could have been dangerous, but took what was available, and now it's 3rd and 5.
Yeah, and I like that he didn't force that to Rice. I mean, it's definitely possible that there's a situation where you can do something like that, where you just get Rice just blocking him down, and he saw that immediately again. So you see Kansas City learning from some of these looks that they're getting on defense, not rushing it, and like you said, taking what they give you, and it's fine. I mean, this is still a one-possession game. You got a minute left in the third quarter. Just do your thing. Try to get lucky when you're playing defense. These plays are also a little sus because obviously if that is intercepted, that's 7 the other way.
Yeah, these routes, I mean, you're looking for a little bit of that, taking a defender with you and opening up a little bit of space. I mean, these rub route concepts that Kansas City is known so well for, they're trying to get a little bit of that, but not quite successful. I mean, these Jets defenders are sticking onto these receivers quite close here, and another opportunity to that right side, but quickly dealt with. 3rd and goal here.
Yeah, we see Kansas City having still a little bit of trouble once they're inside the 5. Right now they're on like 2.5. Can they convert? And again, I see Valdez Scantling with really a lot of space here, and 2 men over there again, hanging out. There's the touchdown, though. They only needed a couple yards. We're able to get that, and they are on the board, hopefully able to make this 28-28.
Yeah, those receivers, I mean, so often they kind of get assigned those routes where they're kind of running, again, shadowing each other, and they just manage to find a little bit of space there. It works perfectly, and now all tied up, about to get to the end of the third quarter, and, you know, we might only see a few more possessions for these teams. It could go down to the wire here.
Yeah, I think just talking about that same play where the 2 wide receivers are in the same area, the big worry is that they will both be able to be guarded by one guy eventually, that they can't just kind of like box out the one defender. And if the defender ends up on the interior on that play, that's going to be an interception for a touchdown every time. So I don't imagine they're going to go to that well a lot, but they're going to go to this well all day. Hall, he's going to slow this one up. Slow this up for 17 to give him the block? Nope. He's just going to play with him.
What a rush there for Hall, and we've been calling the name all day long. And, you know, unfortunately, Wilson was not able to get in front of that to actually block the last defender. But the end of the third quarter is here. We are on to the fourth, and the Jets already threatening to score. They got about to the 15-yard line, it looks like. And, again, they have been so efficient every time they're on the ball.
This is crazy. Hall has like 163 yards rushing.
Yeah.
This is still Madden, okay? This is still just a guy running the football. I mean, you got to stop them. You got to make them do something else besides just handing it off to Hall and just punishing you. And Wilson, there we go. Make them do something different. Make them take a chance and put that ball in the air. And I hate to say, like, man, I want to make sure Aaron Rodgers beats me, but at this point, Bryce Hall is spanking you, my brother.
Open to the right. Ruckert will stay in bounds. I believe they do get the first down, and it will now be 1st and goal from right inside, I believe, the 5-yard line. Excuse me, 3.5, we'll say.
Yep, and we are now in the fourth quarter.
Kansas City wanting to save as much time as possible. They will use that timeout early here. And, you know, they just want to give themselves, I'm sure they want to be the last team to hold on to the ball. But see if they could get a stop here. I mean, limiting them down to 3 points would be huge, but user linebacker tried to disrupt the play. Will at least slow it down, but, you know, maybe a gain of 1. 2nd and goal.
Yeah, and this is hurtful for the Jets because they are a running team. They want to score quickly. They want to have more time on the clock to get that last drive in. Hall's going to walk this one in, and now Kansas City, it is put up or shut up time. After you were up 14-0, you're now going to be down 7. You have 4 minutes and 19 seconds, so you've got 2 problems. 1, you still have to score, and 2, you have to make sure you don't leave too much time on the clock so that the Jets offense can just continue to run it down your throat. So we are about to see, will Kansas City be able to finish the story here, get this touchdown, maybe go for 2. Everything is still on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very interesting because, I mean, there's still plenty of time on the clock, right? So you don't necessarily want to make any mistakes. You do have to score. Getting the touchdown is the first and foremost most important thing. But do you leave the Jets offense the final opportunity to decide how this game goes? Do you try and, really just march down the field and take as much time as possible so you're the last one? Very interesting here, but right now, first play doesn't really go anywhere with Pacheco. 2nd and 10. Kelsey on the move to the left side. Mahomes changing the play. Still not satisfied with where they are right now. Drops back. Short pass, but it will be read. Good tackle there, and it's 3rd and 8.
Yeah, that's one of those plays that you definitely want to have back because at the very best, that play is still a contested catch at the line of scrimmage, essentially. So now you're 3rd and 8. You're looking at this defense. You see, there's no safeties back there, so you're going to have a little bit of a head start. But Mahomes, man in his face. And we talked about those Mahomes rules. Put some pressure on him and see what happens. But now it's the 4th quarter, 4th and 19. With their game on the line, they need the conversion. They're on the 16-yard line. So if they don't convert here, they'd be giving the ball back to Hall and the Jets. Short field where they're able to just run, and they don't even care if they score. They just want to make sure they can get this 3 minutes and 14 seconds down to triple zeros.
Yeah, that sack is so huge. We haven't seen many sacks, but I feel like they've always come at these high-octane moments. 4th and 19. A ton of yardage to make up here. Mahomes back across the field, now rolling out to the right.
Oh, he's got somebody wide open.
They're going to throw it to Valdez-Scantling, who will have a little bit of room to make it work. What a throw, what a catch, and what a play design here for the Chiefs.
Excellent, excellent read from Mahomes, being able to use his feet, be able to get outside and complete that pass. It was unreal that he was that wide open, but sometimes when a player is that wide open, you can just overthink yourself and throw it the wrong way, overthrow it. But that pass was right on the money.
2nd and 2 now here, just outside, probably about the 31-yard line here. They are going to take their time. I wouldn't really expect them to hike it before that 2-minute warning, as it does go off here. And now if you're KC, I mean, you're getting yourself into a better position, but how much, Rob, are we thinking that this team is going to consider wasting as much time so the Jets don't have a lot of time to, really get a possession off?
No, I mean, I think if you're the Chiefs, obviously you're thinking touchdown, but you want to score with like 4 seconds left. And then I think at this point, you just go for 2. You've shown that you really haven't been able to play defense to stop them. So you don't want this to go to overtime necessarily. I think you just want to, let's get this clock running. Let's score with the least amount of time we can. Let's go for 2 and force game 3. And speaking of game 3, we didn't have any of those in the other bracket. We did have Jordu moving. Oh, no!
Oh,
he is able to get through it. Touchdown, Kansas City Chiefs. But we talked about it. This is a lot of time for the Jets still.
Yeah, just as a reminder, in the previous game, right before the half, I believe it was about 33 seconds, maybe a little bit less, that the Jets were able to get the ball back and score a field goal. That would be all they need in order to take this victory. They will get the ball, and it will be up to Aaron Rodgers and specifically Hall. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Hall. They have all of their timeouts, so they can run the ball as much as they'd like here in the final moments of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I was saying that when we talk about trying to force a game 3, the other bracket, we do have Jordu 2 times playing the Bills, beating, this looks like Side FX playing the Eagles. They move on. Noah up next with the Chiefs, beating King Lon 23. And then looks like Gabagol 94 beating Away 28, also playing with the Chiefs. So lots of Chiefs in the next round. So can the Jets at least get one of these Chiefs out of the tournament?
The movement there only gets 3 yards here, but time will be ticking.
Bryce Hall with a casual 12 carries, about 170 yards, 4 touchdowns, no big deal. Just another day at the office.
Yeah. Very, very easy work here. Light work for Mr. Hall. 2nd and 7. Rodgers will adjust the formation, bringing in the tight ends. And the receivers bunch right. And a little bit of movement. Just really trying to throw off this KC defense. We'll step back, throw to the right side. Hall is there. Gets a few air yards as well. 3rd and 3.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised at that. I mean, a couple of surprises here. I'm actually really surprised that Kansas City didn't go for 2 to be able to try to win this game, and knowing that the running game is really what the Jets are doing. Because now with 32 seconds left, it is 3rd and 3. But there is a flag. Looks like that's going to be illegal contact. First down for the Jets. First penalty over 2 games. That was, not something that they actually wanted to have. But man, that's super bad.
What a killer penalty. Right side, it will be Cobb, and gets that one to go. A huge chunk of chain there on that throw, and then we'll see the first Jets timeout. 23 seconds left, and they're slowly getting closer to that field goal range.
Man, somebody check on T. Good's controller, because he is definitely upset about that illegal contact play. Because now on the 24-yard line, 1 timeout left, 18 seconds, just need the field goal. And there's still 1 timeout for Kansas City. So if you're the Jets, you want to run here, put the ball wherever you want to be able to kick it, which is fine, right on that right hash. We saw that before. And we're just going to let this tick down to 3 seconds.
Tick down, take the timeout, and then potentially put the game away here. And this has been masterfully handled here by the Jets. Again, started this game down 14-0, and they worked their way back again so quickly on their offensive drives, and now just 1 kick away from moving on in this tournament.
I love that Kansas City tried to ice the kicker. That's pretty funny. At least let them walk out. But whatever. Here we go. 3 seconds. We're going to get the Madden vision on the kick. There have been no missed kicks in either game. This one is up. And it is good for the Jets, who come back from a 14-point deficit to close out the series 2-0 and move on to be able to play Georgia 2 times in the next bracket.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And this is the kind of game that we're expecting here. I mean, that after the first game, I was worried that, we would see a quarter that would absolutely switch the momentum. But there we saw, I guess the first quarter was Kansas City was dominating, but the Jets did not give up. They continued to kind of break through, and the defense turned into offense. And that was as close of a game as you can get here, but it will be Luke Stepp with the Jets. Moving on, Jets, Jets.
Yeah, that is a real hard loss for T. Good to take, because he made a lot of great modifications in his offense for that game 2. Really showed it off in that first quarter. And then there was this play that they called where they had Travis Kelce doing a drag, going to the right, and instead of throwing it to Kelce, I believe it was going to Valdez-Scantling instead, or was Pacheco, one of those guys. And had it gone to Kelce, it probably just falls down for an incompletion. But because it was going to the other receiver, the Jets were able to take that, and that really changed the momentum of this whole game. And it was just an unreal. It's just an unreal set of plays because the Chiefs were just so far ahead, and then even at the end, the illegal contact that is just so brutal, because it was 3rd and 3, hopefully being able to maybe make a stop there, but instead end up losing to the last second field goal.
Yeah, it is a sad tale, but if there's any way to lose, I know it's a little bit more painful in the moment to lose a close game like that, but looking back, it is, what it was, a very close game, something that you can hang your head high, and it's not the end. There are more things to come through, but uh, excited to see what this hopefully Jets team will do in the future as well. Because right now there's a lot of Chiefs, there's a lot of red going on. So maybe a little bit of the Jets kind of running through the Chiefs over and over and over again could make for quite the story.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bracket. It looks like it's going to possibly be the Bills. Bills, another team with a strong defense, but it could be an AFC matchup where we have, or AFC East matchup where we have the Jets and Bills. We'll have Aaron Rodgers, we'll have Jared Allen, and in the other side of the bracket, it looks like it's Chiefs on Chiefs. I'm very, I mean, I don't want to say excited because that's kind of like an overused word when we watch Madden, but I'm definitely intrigued to see if the Jets' game plan, which in game one looked really strong, they definitely had a lot of pressure, forced interceptions, which is exactly what you want in Madden. The offense ran a little bit more through Aaron Rodgers in game one, but what he saw is towards the end of that game that Hall was just decimating their defense. And when they went into that next game, literally it was just give Hall the ball and see what he can do. 4 touchdowns, I think almost 170, 180 yards on the ground, just a lot of missed tackles. And so that's going to be the game plan, I think, moving forward, because even when we look at the Bills aren't going to exactly be the run-stopping powerhouse, out there either. So it's very possible we can go with that. But I want to say keeping Aaron Rodgers to about, I think it was like 90 yards passing in game two, that also says a lot, because I think Aaron Rodgers is, in my opinion, is a better quarterback than Jared Allen. And we're going to see what that's going on.
All right. Well, that is not the only amount of action that we have. We have plenty of action yet to come. We still have a few best of 3 series, but right now we're going to go to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. The Rally Cry Collegiate series is not done yet. We have more action for you, so do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. We just got finished with our first series of the day. It's Cobra, it is Rob. Now we're getting on to our second series. Rob, how are you feeling so far?
We watched two really good games. The first game was close until obviously it wasn't, but there was a lot learned from both sides in that game. And then we saw in game two, I was worried that Kansas City wasn't going to be able to really change up their game plan because they were kind of stuck in a rut in game one, but they did. Jumped out to an early lead, but the Jets, the Jets, Jets were able to come back, kick that game-winning field goal after being down 14-0. So we can only hope in the next round that we can have two games or three games that were just as exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And luckily for us, we are going to continue to kind of follow this journey along. Lou Step, who you just saw as the Jets, is going up against Jordu. And Jordu has been a common name on these streams. We've seen him quite a few times. Excited to actually see him yet again. I believe we have Jordu as the Bills. That can obviously change. But that potential matchup, the Jets versus the Bills, something that we see quite often in the NFL. What do you make of this kind of matchup?
Yeah, we've seen exactly what the Jets are about with Luke Step, which is you're gonna have a heavy dose of Hall all day, every day, and it could be a 76-yard run here. It could be a 5-yard screen. You just never know. It could be up the middle. Showed to be a dynamic game player, has Hall for the Jets, and you still have Aaron Rodgers to lean on when it's not going. So I think that sounds like an excellent opportunity to be able to score points. And if you're on the Bills side, you're looking at Stephon Diggs, being able to get him the ball as much as you possibly can. You do have in the backfield, you are going to have one of the brothers that are here in the NFL. You're going to have one of them used to play for the Jets, and now he actually plays for Cook. But Dalvin Cook, his brother, is actually playing for the Ravens now. And I'm forgetting his actual brother's name that plays for the Bills right now. But it's the other Cook, the younger, dynamic, touchdown-scoring Cook is playing for the Bills.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see a lot of running here, and I feel like both of these players like to establish run. Jordu in a few of these games as well likes to establish that, likes to really create turnovers on the defensive side as well. But they will be getting started again. The Jets will kick it away. So Buffalo will be starting this one off on the offensive side of the ball.
All right. So let's see what we are going to be able to do when it comes to keeping this offense in check. If you can keep Kansas City in check, maybe you're doing pretty well. So, and both of these teams have seen Kansas City already, it appears. So, definitely want to see how this the momentum of this game starts in the beginning. So, we're going to have Allen in the shotgun to start. The Jets playing defense, and this is the same defense we saw before. And there you go, Cook starting early and often with a 7-yard run.
We'll huddle here, and they're going straight into the next play as they not giving a lot of time for that defense to adjust. Bunch trips on the right side, and it will be Allen going back. Gabe Davis, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there, just a little bit behind the receiver. That will lead to 3rd and 3.
Yeah, and this is where the Jets want them. 32-yard line-ish.
Yep.
3rd and 3. Let's see what you can do. The Jets are not going to be scared, and you see this is a complete miss. Oh my goodness. Complete miss on defense. Nobody guarding Shakir. And this is going to be a touchdown, a long touchdown against the Jets. And this is something that we saw in that first game where Kansas City was able to exploit some of these matchups, get these long touchdowns in, and they have continued their tradition against Buffalo.
Absolutely. Khalil Shakir. I mean, when we talk about this Buffalo offense, we always talk about Diggs, as it should be. Stephon Diggs is one of the premier NFL wide receivers in the game currently, but it feels like a lot of times that leaves so many opportunities for a Gabe Davis, or a Shakir to get their looks and find their space on the field because of how much attention Stephon Diggs brings. And now you kind of see how that can, play a part in how this Buffalo team attacks you.
Well, and we know that Gabe Davis is no slouch by any
Yeah.
means. There's been games where he can get you, 150 yards and a touch. So,
Yeah.
just like you said, this is how this offense is built. If you want to key in on Diggs, go for it, because we really feel like having Cook in the backfield and these other options, as well as the feet of Josh Allen, are able to do a lot on offense. So now, Rodgers and Hall to try to get this thing started. And we saw this play before, remember? We saw this one.
Oh.
But it looks like, what are they going to call here? So this is the problem with this play. So for everybody at home, you are not allowed to have your defense or your offensive lineman just go down the field and block just anybody when it's a pass play. So in that, what happened there, you had an illegal man downfield. They ended up passing the ball, and so they're going to get the penalty.
That's one of the risks that you run with having those read option plays where it can be a run or it can be a pass, and sometimes those linemen don't quite know what happened until the play is over, and they just kind of manage to find their way downfield. Good completion there to Hall yet again, who's getting some of the first looks receiving here in this game. First down for them. And again, quickly, this Jets offense moving right back up.
15 yards in the air is great, and Hall finding some more room to run. This one's going to go to the left for 3. But you're going to see a lot of Hall. The Jets have seen that they are going to be patient. They want to try to again, if you give them Hall all day, that's exactly where they'll throw it. There seems to be some room in the middle here, but this is going to go to Cobb. We've seen a lot of sideline work from Cobb in the last couple of games. But the Jets are not taking the foot off the gas.
They're not, and a really great adjustment there on the audible. You change the route, you put the player in motion to kind of find a different amount of space on that route. A lot of changes here for Raj as well. Awkward snap. They'll go to Conklin on the right side. Ooh. Nice move, and they will stay up, even though the player dove at the ankles of the tight end. They're able to keep on going, get a few more yards. Another first down for the Jets.
And let's see if we can get Hall in the flat here. He is going to be covered. Makes it real nice, easy pass to Lazard. And this is just a methodical drive. Nothing looking, too spectacular, except, hey, let's just do some pitch and catch right down the field.
Absolutely. It would be quite a sight to see this offense operate as efficiently as they did in the previous series, but this feels a little bit more like that marching down the field, taking what the defense is giving you. And right now, the Jets are doing a great job of manipulating that defense and just taking that open space that is available. 2nd and 1 here. Options on the right side, but looks like Rodgers is going to be eaten up here. Ran out of time and space, and a coverage sack here. 3rd and 7.
Yeah, that was just a mistake. Rodgers wanted to run it, but for some reason wasn't able to get turned into a running back right up the middle because it was wide open. So by the time he was able to essentially be the running back, he was caught by the defensive tackle there.
Ooh. But will not be caught there. That will be Wilson. 4th touchdown, that right side. Caught him right off of the break. Not a lot you could do. And it will be the Jets to respond. That's the PAT. That should be good. All tied up at 7.
Yeah, and Wilson is another dynamic player on this offense. So if you can continue to feed the ball, down low to your running back, but also have Wilson over the top, this is going to be a very formidable Jets offense. You just have to make sure that you don't make some of these little mistakes where you're trying to turn Aaron Rodgers into Patrick Mahomes or turn him into Josh Allen and pretend he's some running quarterback because he's not. But just get him back there, let him hand the ball off, just act as the point guard, and not try to do something too crazy.
Screen here to the left side. Davis takes it for a few. 2nd and 6. And no huddle offense here for the Buffalo Bills. They want to take a look at the line. Again, bunch formation on the right side. Cook off to the right as well. Allen in shotgun.
Yeah, and you can see this is a zone defense, so there's going to be a spot open because there's a couple men on the other side. But, oh my goodness!
I mean, Diggs, that is exactly why you have a player like that on the field. Feels like that is a kind of reception that not every receiver can make. And Diggs is the kind of player that will go up at the highest point and snatch that ball out of the air. End of the first quarter as Buffalo's getting things rolling.
Yeah, 7-7 after the first. Both teams did what they were supposed to do on offense. So now that we've gotten a little bit comfortable with each other, let's see what this second drive pitches.
Just entered Jets territory at the 49-yard line. Allen dropping back between the right side in a little bit of trouble and just has to toss that one aside.
Yeah, great throwaway. You know, didn't try to do something silly. And if you can continue to just avoid rookie mistakes, you just turn that into an incompletion, try again.
Bunch formation on the right again. Cook on the left. Again, a little bit of pressure, and that will get home. Allen just able to at least release that. It will be an incompletion, but now
wow.
3rd and 10 here.
Definitely looked like that was going to be a sack. You've got to give it up to the Jets defense being able to use their control, being able to play man-to-man across the middle all the way so that they could get home on Allen.
On the left side will be Gabe Davis, I believe, on the right in that slot position. A lot of changes, and again, there will be pressure, but they will find the open man. It will be Cook down that seam, and that's where the pressure came from, and they attacked it correctly.
Yeah, Davis on defense, who's being user controlled, just didn't know where he was supposed to go and was just lost the running back. So we're going to continue to see this if he's going to be able to target him, because right now there's another. This time he picked them up, but he didn't pick them up all the way. Oh, my goodness. As soon as I said he didn't pick them up all the way, ends up almost throwing the interception.
Yeah, great play by the user there. Really continuing down that path, and I think that's actually the same play that we saw the touchdown on earlier. Instead of going to Shakir, went to the other receiver and was read the entire way. Davis almost came up with that interception. And, you know, Buffalo's an offense that's known for taking risk here, and that is going to be a calculated one to Shakir. Their second down the seam. It's 13-7.
Yeah, and we know that this is a vulnerability of this Jets defense. We saw it multiple times against Kansas City in the last round, and now they flip Shakir on the other side and able to take advantage.
All of the points are being scored, and quite explosively, might I add, by that Buffalo side. The Jets, a little bit more calmer, slower, tempered approach here, but now an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. They can just continue to do what they do. This hasn't been the Breece Hall game just yet.
No.
But yeah, let's just see what they have before I make too much of a bold assessment as to what they're supposed to do.
I'll plan for 5 yards on the right side on that bunch formation. Again, no huddle for either of these teams. They're not taking much time to actually call out the play. They want to get back to the line. They don't mind changing it. A little bit of pressure, but we'll find Hall. The right side makes one miss, and we'll get to the sideline and gets yet another first down.
Yeah, and they're finding that just doing these smaller routes to Hall is essentially, a running play for them. They're not just taking him right up the middle as much as they did before. They're just maybe not finding as much success. But either way, getting the ball into 20's hands is what the Jets want to be doing.
Left here, quick screen, has a little bit of room to work. Lazard will make the most of it down the field. Only Hyde can stop him, but it will not be in time. The Jets will score yet again.
You don't normally see these huge plays coming off of these screen passes, but the Jets have been doing a great job of putting that out there. Lazard just really wasn't even touched. So you know that was the perfect play against that defense. And now we're 14-14. Nobody has stopped either team on offense. So now the Jets are going to have to say, look, we stopped the Chiefs a couple of times.
Yeah.
You got to be able to stop the Bills.
Well, and it really only takes one mistake on either of these sides. Both of these defenses are well equipped to be able to do that, to force a turnover, to pick off a pass. But it really could be one mistake on either of these offenses to change this game. They are going to go on a running play, but that is read the entire way, penetrated through the backfield there, and now it's 2nd and 14.
Yeah, and 2nd and 14 doesn't really scare the Bills. Most of their pass plays have been for like 20 yards, so if they complete it, they know they'll get a first down. But for the Jets, let's just cause some havoc. Oh, unfortunately, the wrong havoc.
Another wonderful move, and just, quickly beating their man off of the line, and quick recognition here from Jordy and the Buffalo Bills, and now they are at the 25-yard line looking to score here.
Yeah, I think on the Bills side, they're just trying to find the best way that they can take advantage of this user control on Davis in the middle. If that means that you're going to be able to get these slot receivers just essentially wide open because the linebacker's trying to pick up somebody else, great, they'll take it. It doesn't have to go to Diggs, doesn't have to go to the running back. Just give me the plays that score touchdown.
Another run for Cook here, 3rd and 6. And the bunch formation, they will change it up and now switch to the side of the play. Heavy on the left. I'm still not happy with it. Now, drops back, find someone over the middle. It is Diggs. And they just find the space, and they will cash in yet again.
Yeah, poor Davis had no idea where he was supposed to go. And when that ball was hiked, you saw him go to the left, go to the right, but it just was not guarding anybody. So you've got 21-14, Buffalo on top, but they haven't been able to stop the Jets either. So this could be one of those games, like you said earlier in the first round, who has the ball last? Who wants to go for 2? Who wants to be the team that takes the first risk to try to get ahead in this offensive shootout?
Well, we have a minute 30 left in this game so far, and the second quarter is upon us. Still plenty of time for this Jet offense to make something happen. Bunch formation on the right side. Rodgers drops back on the move, but under pressure, and is not going to have any choice but to throw that one out of bounds.
And Aaron Rodgers today is 8 of 9 for about 149 and 2 touchdowns. So we know that he can toss the rock around. That's definitely not something that is foreign to him, but it is foreign for Hall not to have, getting these handoffs from the backfield and then being able to run. Oh, that's just right up the middle.
Yep.
Just wasn't blocked.
Yeah, and that one is an interesting one because you see Hall was actually sent out on a route. Chose not to keep him back to block. He would have been assigned to pick up that blitzing defender. Instead, sent him out to the left side for a quick route. It wasn't going to be quick enough, and that blitz was not picked up by the offensive line.
Yeah, 3rd and 19. There's not too many plays in the playbook that you can go to with that. Ooh, you thought the same thing I did. That was going to end up being picked, but this is going to turn into maybe our first punt, maybe not.
It doesn't look like the punt team is being sent off just yet, and they are not on the field. 4th and 19, and this is plenty of time for Buffalo if they get the ball back to really do some damage. So this is a huge play in this game.
Yeah, definitely wild. I think, if it's me, you want to try to at least look at this.
Wow.
Against the grain. Completes it. This is why they are in this tournament and we aren't. Because we might have punted it.
Yeah.
But the Jets are like, nah, no big deal. I got this.
And again, credit to Luke Stepp, who's really trusted that offense, trusted Rodgers to really be able to make a throw like that. There wasn't a lot of openness, but extended the play enough in order to give them an opportunity. Now, working quickly, Hall may have a little bit of room. Will they be able to outrun the pack? No, not quite. And that'll be their first timeout used here to save some clock time here. Only 24 seconds left.
Yeah, and this is a really good part of the field for the Jets, being on about the 28-yard line, 29-yard line, to have enough space to call all the plays that they want. They still have 2 timeouts, so they can still run this ball. Like, they just have to they have to be careful here. You just don't want to walk away with nothing. You need to get at least a field goal here, but Buffalo hasn't stopped them at all, so they feel like they can still get a touchdown. And Hall falls down instead of trying to get the touchdown. They use the timeout, 19 seconds, on first and goal.
Yeah, really wanted to secure that catch there and a little bit behind, so want to just make sure they take that advantageous position, even though there was an avenue for the touchdown there, but they have plenty of time. They have a timeout as well. It wouldn't be surprising for them to go to the ground, but it does look like they want to put this ball in the air. Trips over to the right side, tight end on the left. All lined up on the left as well. So some changes on the line. Snap, Rodgers back. A lot of traffic, has someone in their face and has to throw it away again.
Yeah, very smart play. I mean, a lot of other players might have tried to force that in there somewhere, but they have 14 seconds. They still have a timeout. They can still run the football here. So don't be surprised if you see, anything in the playbook here is available to them.
Formation here. Options in the middle of the field, and it's going to be Hall. He is that man, and it is going to be a tied game here pending the PAT.
And this is just pure guts from the Jets. To be able to go for it on 4th and long and then convert it into a touchdown, and I want to say it's the perfect touchdown, but it's close to the perfect touchdown, only leaving 10 seconds on the clock for your opponent to be able to do something with this ball, and you would hope that you can play defense for 10 seconds and not give up a field goal.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does look like Buffalo at least would like to run a play here. Not a ton of time, but they do have 2 timeouts. They have to be quick, and a lot of ground to cover. They cannot waste a lot of time looking for something, quick across the middle or looking towards the sidelines here.
And the Jets are not playing prevent defense so far. I mean, they've got safeties down. They're still bringing Davis, so they're willing to give up something long. But can he keep? Like I say, I don't think the offensive line was going to be able to hold that for that long. So now you've got 5 seconds, and they've got to figure out, what kind of risk do you want to take.
Now we see the prevent here, and this feels very much like a Hail Mary situation here. The timeout not going to help you with only a few seconds. They'll run this one out, get a few yards, and maybe a little bit of room, and that got scary for a moment as Cook was dancing and diving throughout the defense, but eventually brought down, and we get to halftime all tied up at 21.
Yeah, this has been pretty much the game that we thought it would be, which is lots of offense, not too many defensive stops, and but second half, we're going to see what kind of changes, what kind of adjustments can both of these teams get. They just need to get one stop. It can be an interception. It can be just a normal turnover on downs, but somebody's got to do something. They've got to take a risk, because if you just keep going up and down the field, I mean, it's kind of random at that point, but the Jets can take the lead here and maybe be able to get the Buffalo Bills to do something that they don't necessarily do, which is turn the ball over.
Rodgers starting off this one again, that close right formation. Hall will take the ball, a little bit of room to work, and will manage to make a 6-yard run look oh so dazzling here.
I do like it.
Kind of bouncing off.
I mean, getting back to that run game, up to this point, Buffalo's only allowed 21 rushing yards. Last game, Hall had like 165 at half. So the Jets want to get back to what they do, but that is one of the reasons they haven't been able to. Big number 40, shutting it down right away.
Von Miller right there, and we know for their pass rush, but they can throw it down in the running game regardless. Now it's 3rd and 6. Not necessarily out of Jets' wheelhouse there. Rogers will change the play, shortening where that rightmost receiver is, putting them in the slot, running back on the left side. Back as an option across the middle, but cover. That one could be dangerous. And they're just going to throw that one out of bounds, 4th and 6. And, you know, some might say punt, but I feel like you're not going to see the punt team this game, maybe.
No chance that the Jets are going to punt. If they were going to go for it on 4th and 13, they're definitely going to go for it on 4th and 6 on their 29. But this is a chance for the Bills to step up, get that turnover, and really turn this game on its head, because the Jets have been hoping that they would be able, once they got the ball back, take the lead, and now they've got their backs to the wall.
Options middle of the field. Conklin will hold on to it. 1st down. And it is always, you look like the smartest one in the room when these kind of things work out for you.
Yeah, you definitely do. The drive continues for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, using a lot of this valuable clock. We're at less than 3:30 now. And I would love to see them just keep running this ball. Like, let's just hold it. Let's just keep this ball for the whole quarter and see what Buffalo can do next time, and then we get the final drive.
Like, they're taking a little bit of your advice here, Hall, with a few more yards. Again, just looks so comfortable here. I mean, yeah, we've seen a few plays where Buffalo's kind of really, taking them out before they get to the line of scrimmage, but they keep going back to it, they keep finding success to it, and that keeps allowing them to open up more opportunities later down the line. Rodgers has a wide open man, will throw it to Wilson, who will make one miss. Now only one defender left to beat. Won't be able to get past him, but that'll be a chunk of change and more here for the offense.
Yeah, the Jets are really leaning on that arm of Aaron Rodgers, and for good reason. Super accurate, able to make the right decision so far, and then you can go right back to number 20 and really punish him. But they're going to go with a screen. Not too much there, but that's okay. We're sub 2 minutes now, and I think the play here is, let's just use this clock. Let's be the last ones to have the ball when we go into that 4th quarter.
I think they'll be happy that they dominated most of this quarter here.
Oh, bad drop.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit out of reach. They really tried to kind of rush that throw quickly to the running back. Thought they had a little bit of space. Unfortunately, not able to connect. Now it's a little bit dangerous. 3rd and 12 here. It doesn't feel like they would settle for a field goal, considering how effective they have been on 4th down. See how they play this one. Bunch formation again. This has been a favorite of this squad. They really like working with that tight end on the right side. There's receivers close in the slot. Rodgers for an opening. That is going to be into traffic. Oh! And Cobb won't be able to hold on to it. And it is 4th and 12. And does the offense stay on the field for this, or do they kick it?
I could have swore I saw them choose field goal, and they did.
Kick is up. It will be directly through the uprights, and points on the board, but in a game that has been back and forth, a huge stop for Buffalo.
Absolutely mammoth stop for Buffalo, because they have not been able to stop the Jets all game. Now they can take the momentum, take it right back, because look, nobody stopped the Bills at all game, and we've seen that they can run it, they can throw it, they can do all of the things you need to do to be able to keep putting touchdowns up. And we're going to see if Davis, this linebacker that's being user controlled, can continue to make good decisions.
Okay, Davis finds a little bit of room on the left side. Good throw, good catch. Allen right now 8 for 13, I believe. And really, again, finding a lot of space. And like you said earlier, playing off of the user, deciding, and that was great coverage there on the user-controlled Davis. But now playing away and finding other spaces in that zone.
Yeah, they're still, they want to get a pass rush on Allen, and so they are bringing a blitz. It's just hard. There's just so many different places that Buffalo's been able to go with this ball, and they haven't been like one-dimensional. They've been able to run it. They've been able to pass it, go long, go short, use the middle of the field. I mean, so really good play calls from Buffalo.
Allen in the gun. Backs up, has a clean pocket across the middle of the field. Here, with a little bit of space, is again one of those routes where you have two receivers kind of in the same spot. Diggs just a little bit further downfield. Finds some more success. We get to the end of the third quarter. Cook looking for some room outside. It will be denied there as we get to the final quarter of play here.
And look, the Bills shut out in the third quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a function of them not getting the football. But just want to say there's a goose egg, and there was not a goose egg previously.
Yeah, well, it feels like a tale of two halves here, where 21 points put up by both sides in the first half, and now a much more possession-focused game where only 3 points scored in the quarter. Buffalo have an opportunity to maybe punch one in on this drive, but total points will be much lower in the second half of the game. Allen into the end zone, and that will be Shakir. And immediately at the start of the quarter, they find that seam route, they find the go, they find the points.
This play that they've been running to Shakir has been working over and over again, but they've been able to flip it to each side, which was a little bit different than what Kansas City was trying to do, where they were always trying to run it to the left. For Buffalo, they've now had success on the left and twice on the right, and have shown that they are ready to just unleash that whenever. And that has been a real cause of concern for the Jets. So, now we're looking at 4:57. Can they run 3 minutes? Can they run 4 minutes off the clock? We're going to see.
Right now, the crowd is rumbling here as the Jets will have to respond. Down by 4. Hall has been the man of the moment. Ran into basically a wall here, and God is letting him here at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I mean, Hall only has 23 yards rushing, so that is a huge change from what we saw in the previous games. So Buffalo doing something very, very right. Aaron Rodgers going all the way back, trying to find his way so he can throw this ball away, but needed to make sure he was out of the pocket so he didn't get intentional ground.
And those are long developing routes, and kind of waiting and reading what those safeties are doing. Didn't like it and just kind of held on to the ball. 3rd and 10, and it feels like this drive has to be a victory here for the Jets. Otherwise, this could go south very quickly here. Rodgers steps back, has options downfield, and we'll throw it across the body. White's there. White won't be able to knock the ball out, and what a reception there.
Aaron Rodgers has decided to take over this game. Him and Cobb, old teammates out in Green Bay. If this Randall Cobb, I mean, is that? I'm assuming that's the right Cobb, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But able to do that, and now you go back to Old Faithful. Up to 31 yards, not his norm, but able to get 8 yards after a huge play. Aaron Rodgers to Cobb.
And it's kind of interesting how this game is operated in the reverse. Typically, you run the ball to open up those passing options, to open up that play action. Instead, now we're getting these passing plays that are kind of softening up that front 8 of the Buffalo Bills. And now Hall might have a little bit more room to operate here. Safety coming in from the side will stop that one. And that's going to be 3rd and inches there. I could have sworn they got past the line.
Yeah, that looked like a bad spot. Now, granted, 3rd and inches shouldn't be too much of a problem. This is actually kind of helpful for the Jets because it allows them to run off even more clock here. But they go with something a little bit different. That was that screen pass to Lazard again. They scored that long touchdown on. But the Jets are up to 304 yards passing now. And that was that quick hitter. And they were looking to just get it all right there.
Well-blocked play. We got exactly what they needed off of that one. 1st and 10. All to the outside. Looking to cut back in. Bounces off of the defender. And only will pick up an additional yard here in the 2-minute warning. This game is flying.
Yeah, I'm loving this ball control. where there was a thought that maybe the Jets would score and then the Buffalo Bills would end up having the ball last. But right now, it appears you got 2nd and 9. Buffalo still has all 3 timeouts, haven't used them. I would assume that they would start using them now. But, you know, we might test them. We might get this ball to Hall, try to see if we can get 5-6 yards, and maybe make Buffalo use a timeout. Jets still need a touchdown.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's that first down. Will they call a timeout? We'll see after the 2-minute warning.
Now that 2 tight end set. And there is the timeout. You see it.
Wait, what?
From Buffalo.
Why would there be a 2? Why would Buffalo? What?
Not
They
sure.
had a 2-minute warning. I'm
2-minute
confused.
warning already went
Oh, that's going to
through,
be
and
that same penalty again.
Yeah, that is going to be an illegal man downfield, and that's unfortunate because we've seen how successful that play can be, but does not work out there. 1st and 15. It might allot them a little bit more room here, but not a lot of time has gone off the clock. Rodgers under center. And they're to the right side, and that corner is starting to crash down on these plays. And again, we'll stop Breece Hall in the backfield. 2nd and 19. That will be a timeout again for Buffalo. They are on their last timeout. They are going to try and ensure that they get a lot of time on what could be their last possession.
Yeah, 2nd and 19. You're going to hear the crowd starting to get loud.
This is basically having to go for the touchdown here.
Nobody
Rodgers
blocked
under
him.
pressure. Not going to be able to get that one off. And now they are forced to go for it. They cannot kick this one away.
Wait, what? Isn't it 4th? What did I miss here?
That was 3rd. Wait. Wasn't that just 3rd and 19?
Yeah.
Wait, did the... Well, we're going to think about what we missed there as, you know, maybe just a group experience of either deja vu or something, but that pass to Conklin, pass 1, will get knocked down, and that will be 4th and 4. Final Buffalo timeout here, and the game will hinge on this for the Jets. I mean, this is basically you get the touchdown or you lose the game.
4th and 4 on the 5-yard line. They still could get a first down if they get to the 1, but this is as a nail-biter as it gets right now. Can Buffalo get one more stop and win this game? They have no timeouts. So the other issue here is if they don't score and they get this on the 1, you're in deep trouble.
All right, movement here. Rodgers in the gun. Wouldn't be brave enough to run it here, even though they've had such success. Snap, middle of the field. Whoa! Wilson is there. They hold on to it. The Jets will take the lead.
Absolute stunner for Buffalo, who have been playing great defense, but now they're where they want it. 1 minute, 29 seconds, down 3. They have the ball. This is what you ask for. You've got plenty of time. The Jets have 3 timeouts. You have none. But all you have to do is get in the field goal range, and this is very, very doable for Allen and the Jets. Allen and the Bills.
Opportunity here to tie, obviously, for Buffalo, but not having the timeouts does present an issue, so they're going to try to be working to the sidelines. They're not going to really be able to run the ball. The Jets should know that. Luke Stepp should be aware.
He's going to run right in here. Ooh.
Allen, the worst thing to do is probably to take a sack at this point in the game. Has to throw it away.
Absolutely, positively cannot take a sack here with no timeout. 2nd and 10. Allen's having a great day at the office. 4 touchdowns today. But you've got a long way to go, my friend, and the sideline is your best friend. So they're going to bring that blitz right up the middle. He doesn't see it. Oh!
And it's a big sack, 3rd and 21. That drains so much time off the clock. They're going to get under a minute. It's going to be a 14-second runoff for the no huddle. So that's why you're seeing the clock just run down. And I don't know about you, but the routes that I'm seeing are taking way too long to develop, and they're not towards the sideline.
This is very strange,
Diggs.
but there we go. Diggs with the
Oh,
move!
Diggs! No one's there. He's going to keep on going. It's the 20. It's the 10. It's going to be running out the clock. The touchdown.
What an absolute stunner for Diggs to come up with that catch and then pulls a little Deshaun Jackson running along the goal line before running in. But now, 30 seconds. Can the Jets get a touchdown?
That PAT is huge. It makes it impossible to tie with a field goal. They have to get a touchdown. Luckily for the Jets, they have not used any of their timeouts, so they will get an opportunity here. It has been done, but this has been the battle of who has the ball last. We thought it would be Buffalo. Now it appears to be the Jets, and now they are going to be looking for the winner here. They have much more options with those timeouts. It doesn't limit their playbook nearly as much, even though Buffalo made it work. Rodgers routes back. Conklin will get to the sidelines. They save that timeout. 2nd and 7, though.
3:42 with 4 touchdowns for Aaron Rodgers. So with 29 seconds left, you can say he's warmed up and ready to go. This has not been the Breece Hall game. This has been all old man Rodgers doing what he does.
Buffalo cannot give up anything over the top. Ball will go out. No one in the backfield here. Snap. To the right side, look for something across, and instead we'll just throw that high and out of bounds. 3rd and 7, 3 seconds left. And they have to get a chunk of change, a few yards here, otherwise it's not going to look great for them. Rodgers back. Across the middle of the field. It will be caught and held on to the timeout. Coming quickly here, 20 seconds left.
Small window for Aaron Rodgers to get that pass in there. 20 seconds. You are still in Hail Mary range right now, so even if things go completely haywire, you can still maybe get this to the end zone. But you'd love to get 10 or 15 more yards, obviously, to make it a more reasonable throw to the end zone.
Momentum going against Rodgers here. He has to move, has to throw that one away, and unfortunately not able to be protected there. Only 16 seconds left. See the momentum. This is a new thing in Madden 24, but the check down, the away team quarterback has trouble seeing deeper receivers, the adrenaline, that's the crowd getting into it. And that is something that affects these players, affects the Jets here, and with time ticking down, will they be able to overcome this?
Yeah, Buffalo's been doing a great job of getting pressure.
Oh,
ooh, nobody home.
Now it is 11 seconds on the clock. And they're on their own 49. They have 51 yards to go. They need a big chunk play. They probably have 2 plays left at max to get to the end zone. Rodgers back, has time across. There's a defender. Oh, and just knocks it out. That could have been gained there, the interception, but instead will be knocked down to the ground. 4th and 10, 6 seconds left. Probably have 1 play left, maybe 2 if they just go for the first down, but right now you might be boxed out of getting an opportunity here.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and go with the pause, and thought they might make some sort of small adjustment there. So we're going to see what's going on in that game, but man, talk about nail biter.
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of game that you'd love to see and expect. And just a reminder, folks, that's game number 1. So this is the final play here. We can still look forward to a ton more action, but we'll see who comes out victorious here. Prevent defense for Buffalo. They don't care about the first down. They care about the touchdown. Let's see where they go.
Right,
it's going to be
down,
caught by
down,
Compton.
down,
They have to go down.
no!
The timeout. It's going to be out of time. They're not going to be able to get another play off. They just could not get to the ground. And it will be the Buffalo Bills. It will be Jordu who comes out victorious in this game, number 1.
That hurts so much because that's exactly what they needed, was just that quick first down, be able to fall down and then maybe just get one toss to the end zone, and they were unable to do that because for some reason they couldn't get the animation to get the guy to go down and be able to finish that off. So instead, it looks like, well, that graphic is not quite right, but because the Bills definitely won 35-31 in a nail biter where the Jets were not able to get that final touchdown in.
Yeah, and it's such a heartbreaker because those passes, those, I say 10 to 15 yard passes, those kind of middle range passes are what we needed earlier there from the Jets. Instead, they tried to take a few chances downfield. Rodgers didn't quite have enough time, so threw the ball away and just ran out of shots towards the end of that game. But again, just game number 1. This is a best of 3. And I feel like what we're going to see from both of these teams is we're not going to see a huge change from how they presented this game, how they presented their offense and defense. I mean, maybe defensively they would have a few things to maybe try to adjust on, but I feel like the game plan is very similar offensively for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I think both teams feel, pretty good about what happened on offense. I think the Jets feel just more bad that they couldn't stop Diggs on that super long pass at the end, where this is something that just shouldn't happen. This is not a breakdown that can happen at that point in the game. And I'm sure that the Jets feel like if you play 9 out of 10 games, play 10 games 9 times, that's not going to happen. So that was a very small percentage chance that this long touchdown was going to go by. And then on top of that, on the last play of the game, I'm sure they feel the same way. If that happens 10 times, 9 times the guy gets down and you call a timeout and you're able to have one more shot at the end zone. But I mean, they don't really have anybody to blame but themselves because they did have an opportunity to score a touchdown, had to, fall down on that field goal, which basically presented the situation as is. But Aaron Rodgers, huge game. Jared Allen, huge game. It was just that what we saw previously from the Jets offense, which was a very, very strong running game, was definitely not present this time. So they still have that in their pocket when they're going to game 2, and we could see more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 2 right around the corner. But just quick mention about who is presenting this Army National Guard, who has been so gracious as to grace their presence here again. Any of what we said earlier, any of the part-time service, if any of the opportunities to get education benefits are of interest to you, make sure you go and check them out at nationalguard.com. Do more for yourself and for your future. But we are going to get into game number 2 here. And right now with how well that game 1 went, I am expecting nothing less for game number 2.
Yeah, we are playing in Washington, home of the Commanders, very random stadium for 2 AFC East teams, but fair, neutral turf. But we're going to have Buffalo with the ball first, and we've seen that having the ball first usually means you're scoring first. I think every single time whoever had the ball first did score a touchdown.
Yeah, absolutely. And I honestly would love to see if Luke Stepp and this Jets defense can scheme up a way to stop some of these long passes that are kind of cutting through their defense here. They haven't really been able to stop Josh Allen from finding his preferred targets, as we do get a delay of game penalty here, as I believe just like the adjustments of kind of optimizing the playbook and setting up everything will not be accepted. Just a little bit of gamesmanship from both sides, I think. But Buffalo starting off in this bunch trips formation, tight formation on the left side as well, but they will move out, switch to play over to the left side. in the gun.
Now, this is a little bit different from the Jets. User controlling Bernard Converse. Let's see if he keeps with that, because that is going to be your safety. That is your deep man. Oh, as soon as I say it, huge play.
That is incredible. Pick 6 to start off for the Jets. And I think a little bit of a combination of what both we were saying. We're expecting them to make an adjustment. The adjustment from the user on the safety and sniffing that one out looked like they were reading that the entire time. Found the perfect moment and took it back for 6.
Absolute genius on the side of Luke Stepp. And where we criticize, we also have to give credit. Being able to control the safety there, jumping in front of that pass, and getting 7 on the board is so essential here, because we saw how close the game was last time.
All right, well, that one started early, literally 7 seconds of game time clock run down, and already 7 on the board for the Jets. For the pass here to Gabe Davis, who will get a first down with that one. And no huddle. This team operates quickly. They read the defense. They change it at the line.
You still see him back on Davis now, patrolling the middle of the field. This does pick up Cook a little bit late, so that's going to go ahead and make sure that should get the first down there.
I hope that's not a one-off change. I mean, we saw how deadly that was being on the safety, and Davis in the middle of that field does have so many responsibilities of where they have to cover, doing well on the defender, but not able to keep up with the receiver, Shakir. Getting a chunk of yardage there, 24-yard reception there at a Buffalo Bills first down.
Yeah, and he was just a little bit late there. Not much you can do. Speed is killer.
Yeah.
But no matter what happens, the Jets still have this touchdown that they got for free and can still play defense and try to get ahead of the teams with 2 scores. So would love to see them be able to try to score again, and this is going to be a deep one.
Davis gets through on that seam route, and again working from that same formation, and they just keep finding those looks, and those chunk plays eventually lead to a score.
Yeah, look, this is a Buffalo offense that can score anytime. We've seen it, and they've been able to score from pretty much anywhere on the field.
Yeah.
To be able to get that quick pick 6 is very nice, but the Jets still have to do something on offense, and if they can continue what they were doing in the first game, which is basically just running up and down the field, they should be fine. But will we see more Hall this game, or will it be more of the Aaron Rodgers having to throw it 25, 30 times?
Yeah, that's a great question, because Buffalo made a conceded effort to not take Hall out completely of the game, but truly limit the player and their effect. And Rodgers doing what Rodgers does and kind of making up for the absence of a run game here. But you'd like to have multiple ways that you can attack this Buffalo Bills defense.
Well, this looks like it could be a run play if it's the same one that they were running in the first game, and it is. And they're going to take Hall right up the middle. And this is the bread and butter of this Jets offense, is to be able to let Hall choose where he wants to go here. If they want to bring 3 and tighten that up on the defensive tackles, great. They'll bounce it up in, then they'll take it right out like that. And they'll take that all day. That's easy pickings for them. They don't really even have to adjust much here. But they want to force these linebackers towards the line of scrimmage so that they can go over the top to Wilson.
Again, more movement, and again, this very familiar formation here. One play to the right side. Blocking will net them just a few yards. 3 yards on that play. 13 in total here for Hall.
But you can see. I was going to say, you can see this is a concerted effort to make sure that they get this running game started early. Control the clock. They know that they're up a possession, and they've seen that Lazard also was a very, very big target for them in that first game. Had a couple of screen passes, one that went all the way to the house. But controlling the clock is very important, and it seems like the Jets are better positioned to do that. And I know that they wish they would have done it more in the first.
First and 10 from the Jets 46. Pass play, options right side, right corner. That could be intercepted, but it is knocked down instead. Tried to take a chance there, did not pay off.
Dangerous, but it didn't have to pay the piper on that one. 2nd and 10. Let's not forget about Hall. I mean, Hall has gotten you this far. I would love to see him get this ball some more. Let's punish them right in between the tackles and see what we can do.
All on a wheel route. They will be going to him, and they'll hold on to that one. And even though that's one of those routes where if you're a receiver there, you're kind of looking at your quarterback sideways, thinking, you almost got me killed there. Just having a safety dive basically to get that tackle.
Yeah.
Screen to the right side, only 2 yards there, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, and this clock is still running. I mean, let's take our time. We're at 25 seconds. There's no reason to be trying to push this tempo like this when we know that this is going to be a possession-by-possession game. And this is another Lazard screen. Oh! But 21 breaks that up. That definitely looked like that was going to be able to go all the way, but it's possible that the field conditions kept Lazard from accelerating to his fastest he could.
Yeah, boy, that is a touchdown-saving play. Literally, the last defender there breaks that block, able to stop that attacking play. We do get to the end of the first quarter here, and a much different start to this half. Only 2 touchdowns on the game, one of them on the pick six at the very beginning of this bout here. Jets, they're slowly marching their way down the field. Opportunity for them to take the lead here if they'd like.
Yeah, and this is one of their favorite formations that they start here, audible it out, and they can see that they're going up against another zone formation. So I would imagine, again, that they're going to try to get this into Hall's hands. They do have advantages up front, and they're going to take advantage there.
And they really like running with that 2 tight end set on the right side, that strong side of the formation. And then again, like you said, letting Hall kind of choose their lanes, that zone read on the inside. And it's something that Luke Stepp has been so comfortable with, running and waiting for those lanes to pop up. They've had a lot of success, and right now, again, no timetable for when they really need to score. They can take as much time as they'd like to really get the play, get the look that they want. Pressure, Rodgers left side, and they will have Conklin move to the right. Big man moving, and that'll be a first down.
Yeah, and that's what they're seeing. If they see man defense, they start running these drags, and that's perfect because it's really hard. Oh, my goodness. Oh, what a move! Oh. Hall on the board with a touchdown, finally hitting pay dirt with it. But that was a more classic Jets drive that we saw in the first couple of games in the first round, where it was really spearheaded by what Hall can do and letting Aaron Rodgers take advantage of that. But Hall just did it all that drive.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked absolutely incredible there. And again, just the control of knowing that we saw Rodgers have an absolutely insane game, number one. Now, Hall having the kind of impact that they're having in this game allows you to kind of attack however you'd like. Cook, not to be outdone, trying to get some of that same impact on the other side.
Yeah, that time he user-controlled Adams, so switching it up a little bit and left a little bit of a hole in the defense there. So Buffalo was able to take advantage of that side, and now he's still kind of roaming around. Wasn't able to cut off that pass, get his hands up on that one. So a couple good plays to start for the Buffalo Bills here.
Lone receiver to the left side. Should be a run play, and it will be well read by that defensive end. Look, not really given any chance to start up there.
Yeah, 2 minutes left in the half. Jets doing their best to try to keep this to a field goal. But we are going to get the 2-minute warning. And it's weird because I'm still really impressed about the play design and the play choice for Buffalo. They've been able to really keep the Jets guessing as to what they're going to be able to do. See him controlling Adams, double teaming up them, but was left the middle wide open there.
And this is just Diggs doing absolutely everything there. Diggs actually got tied up with the defender on the break, still able to make it up with the speed to kind of get into a position to catch that. Will run that down the middle. Will be tackled for a loss there, slightly behind the line. 2nd and 12.
Yeah, great guess on the defense to be able to get in there and it not be a play fake. You see Adams. Oh, no. That's that same play up the middle that the Jets are super weak to. And that go from the slot receiver almost has always been a touchdown against the Jets. And we've seen that now for 3 games.
Absolutely. And you kind of saw it with the user maybe recognizing slightly a little bit late. They were following a route across the field on the left side and recognized where the space was. Unfortunately, not able to close the gap. And we are tied up less than a minute here for the Jets. And this is a spot that they need to take advantage of, is scoring at the half, being able to then score on their opening drive. They did not score on their opening drive, I believe, in the last game, or they only got a field goal, I believe.
Yeah, and right now it's not even, they don't necessarily even need a touchdown. They definitely need to score something because they are getting the ball back, but this is where getting that pick six early is super helpful, because if they can go down in 59 seconds and at least get a field goal, they can then get possession going into the second half, and if they score a touchdown and make it a 2-possession game, and then probably take that to the house and win with that. Whoa, boy! Aaron Rodgers, stomach and tummy not feeling good after having a grown man hit you right there in the stomach.
Yeah, that haven't really ran too many passes from that 2 tight end set. We've typically seen them run the ball in that formation. They go back to it here. Still have a few timeouts, still a little bit of movement. 2 wide receivers on the left side. Final changes on the line, still plenty of time.
Yeah, if you're the Jets, whatever you can do, you cannot not score. Oh, what a pass to Wilson.
Yeah, just finding that seeking route and really put on a dime. Any lower, and that might have been tipped up, may have been intercepted.
I'm not really excited about them doing the no huddle and getting that clock run off there when they have 3 timeouts. That seems. A fumble and a recovery.
Absolutely cataclysmic here for the Jets. Don't use the timeout. They run the no huddle on Hall, who's been consistent. That is a user strip on the tackle, and Buffalo recovers, and now they have an opportunity. They have all their timeouts as well. 20 seconds left.
I mean, that's just so random and brutal. And it looked like his knees were down on top of that. So that is definitely one of those, I just can't believe you did this to me, Madden moments. Oh, did he? Okay, no, that did not get completed. Woo!
It didn't get the feet down there, and maybe the Madden gods, kind of rebalancing the scales a little bit. But 15 seconds left. Buffalo, no need to use the timeout due to the incompletion. 2nd and 10, and they would love to come away with this with points. Anything on the right side, options there. Could throw it to Knox, but unfortunately, it'll be tipped away. A wonderful play by Sauce Gardner, who, typically on an NFL Sunday, you're calling that name quite a bit. You don't want to even throw that direction typically.
Yeah, he's going to get that Dion treatment. We're just not going to do much on Sauce's side of the field if we want to be successful. But this is going to be Timeout, 4 seconds. Going to be able to try to put up a field goal here.
This would be quite a distance. Right now on the 43-yard line, this is going to be a heck of a kick. What is this, 60-something yards maybe?
Ooh, it's up. Oh, easy money
And
for the
it
Bills.
is going to be good. Goodness. What a kick there. And that's why you pay them the big bucks. 17-14 as we get to the end of the half there. And they'll be happy with those points. And a costly turnover here for the Jets. Have an opportunity to get it right back as soon as this kickoff gives them the ball.
Yeah, definitely astonishing for a couple of reasons. But, yeah, getting that fumble like that, it just feels bad. I mean, it's pretty random when you're playing Madden that, you do end up getting a fumble, especially, when you're not getting, like, destroyed on a hit or something like that. That was pretty much of a routine run and tackle as you get. But the Jets still only down 3, able to take the lead here.
Run here, but had a little bit of daylight, but the defensive line able to stop him. Again, just no huddle. Quick back to work here, the Jets.
And this is a very different game than last time. Aaron Rodgers only has 79 yards passing. So maybe you end up seeing them go back to what they were doing before. Oh, there's a blitz. And that's another close one.
Yeah, Rodgers tried to get that to, I believe, Hall was the intended receiver, but just not able to step into that throw, not able to get over that blitzing player.
And he's not seeing that blitz very well.
No.
It is working, especially when he's just literally just beelining to the quarterback. I mean, that's should be the first person you check to make sure that he's not coming, but that is not something he's been doing. Does have all the time in the world and a great pass. Lazard makes a move. Can he get past Hyde? No, but he's still going to get the first down.
And just found a little pocket of open space in the middle of the field, sat right down, and easy read here for the Jets. And then we'll start about half field, 47-yard line, run here for Hall. They'll get about 5 yards on that carry.
The Jets still feel pretty good here. Granted, they would have loved to have been in the lead right now, trying to push us up to 2 possessions. But they were able to get that pick-6 early in case you're tuned in now. So they are still in this game, still can take the lead. It is 3rd and 5, almost guaranteed that it doesn't really matter. They are going to go for it. Oh, big hit there, but holds on. The Jets on offense have shown that they can pass, they can run. But the big thing is that they've not had a game where they've really done both. They've just like, hey, this game we're going to run, this game we're going to pass. And so far, this has been the running game. So we'll see if Aaron Rodgers kind of flips a switch to get them back in this.
Waiting for a target to open up. Rodgers running out of options and decides to safely throw that one out of bounds. 2nd and 10 here. It felt there like Aaron Rodgers really wanted a shot down towards the end zone, but some of these long forming plays, the defense of Buffalo have really kind of shut these passing leads down quite a bit. Looking for a move. We'll get close to the line. 3rd and 1. And this could be a big play. You want to come away with a touchdown here and not just the tie.
I would be shocked for this not to be a handoff. Oh, and I am shocked, and he doesn't get it.
This feels like 4-down territory. We know how aggressive Luke Stepp was earlier in the previous series. Haven't had many opportunities for this specific kind of 4th down, but 4th and 1. You go with Hall, you go with a quick passing play. They've been known to use these screens.
This play tells me that it's supposed to be up in the middle run, and he is going to fall short.
Wow. Turnover on downs as they're stopped short of the line. Buffalo will take over. And
As
that is a huge play.
Yes, as bad as it can get for the last two plays, to not be able to convert a 3rd and 1 and then a 4th and 1. I mean, this is that Marshawn Lynch treatment. You're supposed to just give the boy the rock twice in a row to get that 1 yard. Instead, you kind of mess around on 3rd down, and then on 4th down, you get a little unlucky. And now, a game that we thought the Jets would have been able to be up 2 possessions are now down by 3, and it's Buffalo that's looking to go up 2 possessions now. Oh, no!
Oh.
Isn't able to make it count. Oh, no!
Oh! Cook, with all the room in the world, made everybody miss, and now we'll get the touchdown from the outside. James Cook with the stone-cold stunner.
That is what you call from the top rope there. Is able to get through 3 defenders, juke them all, break the ankles, safety nowhere to be found to be able to stop that one. And now 2 possessions up for Buffalo, everything going right. They are partying out in Orchard Park.
Jordan feels like just Mr. Big Play here. I mean, anytime the offense needs a little bit of a jolt, there just is some play that gets them into that scoring position. That one, I mean, outside run felt like it was good for a few yards, maybe 5 to 7, but all of a sudden turned the corner and put on the Jets, and just no one able to bring them down.
Well, we've seen this. Let's not even talk about the team. Let's just talk about what Jordo has been able to do, okay? So this is one of those things where his ability to get on the sticks and make people miss is really just next level. He did that with Diggs to get them out of a huge hole in game 1, and now with Cook just being able to just clean it up, take it straight to the crib. I'm very impressed with the stick skills for Buffalo here.
Oh. Rodgers hit on that play, and it'll just sail high over the wide receiver there. And, you know, that turnover, all of a sudden, it's just such a gleaming thing. When you think about it, I mean, you know, down by 10, still something that can be managed. But you have to have a successful drive here, and it's all on Aaron Rodgers and this offense to make it work. For someone on the right side, that's a little bit of room. Conklin has a first down and plenty more, and that is great recognition there from Rodgers.
Yeah, the Jets really want to get something done here because it was, you know, they didn't convert on 1 yard, and then before that they had a fumble. So the 2 drives of 0 points. They don't want to have. Oh, you saw what I saw. You're like, oh my God, don't let that be a little high.
Yeah, that was a triple coverage. I think that eventually it was 3 Bills just lying in wait, ready for any kind of tip ball or overthrow. But Hall with some room and a quick response. Jets are not out of it yet. That was probably as clean of a drive as you can have, and you know, still for Luke to have the confidence and really the memory of a goldfish. Just go back to the game plan, gets right back into the fray. Wait on the PAT, but should be a 3-goal deficit.
Yeah, we are now, put your 4 up on your hand because it is the 4th quarter. Every quarter saw at least 2 touchdowns. And now it's going to be, all right, Bills, you were in this. It sounds like we're repeating ourselves. But in the last game, very much the same idea where it's like, okay,
wait,
we're going for an onside kick.
Onside. This rarely works, but oh my God, he's got it!
No
chance. It is in the NFL, that is such a small percentage chance that works out, and to do it this early, Luke Stepp didn't even want Jordy to get the ball. He decided to go at the beginning of the 4th quarter, and now Hall, a little bit of room, wants to juke, making a few people miss, and they have the ball. What a gamble.
Luke Stepp has got some I don't even know how I can say this, but that is some guts because
Yeah.
there's still a lot of time left, but he's seen how his defense has been playing against Buffalo, said, I'm going to surprise him. I'm going to go for this onside kick. I, on a stream, have never seen an onside kick recover.
Yeah, I cannot remember the last time I've seen it actually pan out. I mean, it's so difficult to, I mean, there's so many factors, so many variables that have to work out in your favor. And again, it was almost no time taken to choose that. Seemed like they kind of knew exactly what they wanted. Wilson, good catch, maybe some yards afterwards, a few moves, and a little shimmy and shake out of bounds. We'll get the first down, and the Jets are cooking.
Just when you thought the Jets were dead, just when you thought everything had gone wrong for them, this was the end of their tournament, they surprise you with a touchdown, an onside kick, and now en route to possibly get another touchdown. That one's going to go over the head of Hall, I believe. But now you've got Aaron Rodgers with a little bit over 200 some yards passing. You got Hall involved. Now you've got this two-dimensional offense so that the Buffalo Bills can't just sit back there and just decide, hey, we're just going to take this away and just go about our business. They've got to be able to respect both sides. So this is still very much a Jets game.
2nd and 10, fourth quarter. This will come back route here from Lazar. Oh, no, it's actually knocked out by the defender. And that is 3rd and 10. Lazar just couldn't hang on, and that is big. That's going to put a lot of pressure on this play, on this 3rd down, to make this work.
Well, and this is going to be a decision for the Jets, too, because, I was going to say, if he doesn't get this, which he doesn't, it's 4th and inches. They didn't even hesitate. Going to go right for it. I thought there could have been a thought maybe you kick a field goal, but nope. They need 6.
They're feeling lucky. It will be Rodgers looking middle of the field. Lazard will hold on to that one, looking for more towards the goal, and it'll be on the 3-yard line. Jets, 1st and goal.
Stunning. They have 3 plays that were about a yard or less, and 2 of them were passes. That is commitment to your playbook and knowing exactly what you're capable of.
That's going to be called. Huge hole there. And Hall will get another touchdown for the Jets. They do take the lead with a PAT. This will be a 4-point game, meaning Buffalo will need a touchdown to take the lead.
And Buffalo has to be shocked. They just have to be. They started the game giving up that quick pick 6, and they fought their way back. We're up. Now they're down 4 after a random onside kick that you could have never guessed was coming. And then, but you still have to be able to keep your bearings, right? Like you got to, this is why these players are where they are, because they're not going to go on tilt. They're not going to get rattled here, but it's definitely a situation where I could respect someone saying, hey, look, when he got that onside kick, I was a little rattled, but they're just right back in the office. And Cook, we know that he is a big play waiting to happen.
So back to it here for Buffalo. It's quick slow to get up there. 2nd and 4. In 2 minutes, they do have to snap ball before the 2-minute warning, but we will get to it here. Final 2 minutes of play. Remember, this is a best of 3. If Jordu takes the victory, it will be over. He will have moved on to the final spot and qualified. But if Luke Sepp takes it, we have one more game in store.
Yeah, who is going to battle Noah up next in the final? Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, big play.
It was there.
It was there. I think just kind of ripped that pass a little too much. Wanted a little bit more of a touch pass. Shakira, I believe, who was the intended receiver, had a ton of space to work with. And basically, green for days. Doesn't work out. 4th and 3.
That's that money play. that's been good against the Jets the entire time and just missed it that time. And even if the Jets don't convert here, they have 3 timeouts. If they can hold it to a field goal, they can still go ahead and score and win this game. And there's the blitz. Davis with the catch.
Wow. What a conversion there in the face of pressure, but makes a quick decision, finds the open man, and will get the first down, continuing this play. I mean, they set the house there.
It just feels like deja vu from game 1 where the Jets have Buffalo on their heels. Buffalo just able to just keep pushing, and this time they're going to lose 2 yards, but Buffalo having this ball to end the game, and the Jets not able to get a defensive stop. But 2nd and 12 at midfield. They have to have a touchdown here, but Buffalo they still have this money play where they can get this go to the slot receiver if they can get it completed. Ooh, what a pass right in the pocket of Diggs.
4 people around him, and no one can keep Diggs away from getting that ball. Buffalo 212 yards of passing. Diggs 3 receptions, 83 yards. Not a ton of touches, but a lot of impact on these plays.
Almost 30 yards a catch. No big deal for Mr. Diggs.
Allen in the gun. They're going to go for the win. Diggs left side. Gets it to go. It will be the touchdown. Stephon Diggs puts the Bills in the lead.
Diggs with the dagger again. Nightmares for the New York Jets. It is almost a repeat of game 1, but this time the Jets are going to have much more time on the clock, and they only need a field goal in order to tie it up. They've got 41 seconds. They have 3 timeouts. We saw that they are capable of easily getting a field goal, but if they play their cards right, can they get the touchdown and force game 3?
Yeah, I mean, both of these games have delivered in different ways, but very similar result. All on Luke Stepp and the Jets to get these final points, whether he wants to go for the win or whether he wants to go for the tie. I feel like Luke Stepp's the kind of player that is just thinking touchdown right now and will begrudgingly settle for a field goal. Pass across, Wilson up, gets the catch and holds on to it. Timeout used there, and only 4 seconds drained off the clock in a big chunk play.
And that's great because we saw the Jets do something like that before where they went to the no huddle and they burned off like 13 seconds.
Yeah.
So learn their lesson this time. Use those timeouts. Still 2 timeouts left. 42 seconds.
Taking the time here, really planning out what they're going to do.
All right, 36 seconds.
This Jets team, they have to be patient with their shots. They do have those timeouts, so they'll have to go all the way down the field. This could be good. Get out of bounds, and they will manage to do so. Again, only 4 seconds off the clock, 95 yards. They'll take that every day.
Yeah, Buffalo is letting them come down the field, not even having to use the timeouts. So they still can use the middle of this field. They only need about 10, 11 more yards to make this a difficult but makeable field goal.
Saw a 60-yarder earlier. Definitely possible here. That is an open man. Wilson. I mean, that was a huge play there. There were defenders beyond that, defenders underneath it, but just finds the perfect placement for that one. Letting the clock run down. There's no timeout here. There we go.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that. So first of all, I was surprised that Buffalo didn't just take a timeout right away to hopefully be able to get this ball back. But then as it starts running, it was like Jets were like, wait, Buffalo's not taking a timeout? Oh, guess we better use ours.
Yeah, maybe a little too excited after the call. I just forgot about clock management for a moment. Will be a cross opportunity. Wilson can't hold on to it. That was put into a bunch of traffic here. And 2nd and 10, 10 seconds left. You run another You probably got one more play before it's safer to just kick it.
Well,
what are you looking for here?
Yeah, we saw this. This is literally what we saw last time, except they needed a touchdown. They only need a field goal, so you're going to take this. Has got to go to the end zone, and the end zone only.
Woo! Oh, that is
that
completed.
On the 1?
That's on the 1 yard line.
Oh my! Now you've got a decision.
Left.
You have no timeouts. They said we're going for it.
Yeah.
You look at Hall. You look at yourself. You look at Hall again, and I swear to God, this is literally that Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl against the Patriots, where it's like, first and goal. If you're going to go for this and you don't give it to Hall, you deserve to lose. You can't. You don't have enough time to go for anything else.
You don't have enough time. Well, it'll be interesting. There's a lot of thought going into this play call.
And this is not their money run play. Their money run plays when you put 2 wide receivers on both sides. But they are going to be in the eye. And they throw it to Wilson!
Oh, it's to Wilson! Everyone prepped for the run. Instead, they'll go to the left side. They'll throw it to their playmaking receiver. They'll take the lead. The PAT, only 3 seconds left. That is basically nothing for Buffalo. And what a play call there.
You have got to be kidding me. This is one of those calls where you have to give all of the respect to Luke Stepp, because if it doesn't work, you're not going to hear the end of it.
Absolutely.
But huge call. Hines is going to go ahead and ship this one back to Diggs, but he's going to get swallowed up. And the Jets are going to hold on after getting that pick 6 in the beginning of the game, having 2 drives that ended in turnovers, but still going to pull it out with an onside kick, and then a end of the game touchdown where they have no timeouts. They go ahead and throw it instead of handing it off to Hall. That was just an unbelievable call.
Incredibly gutsy. I mean, I think we've talked about it, how it's just like, how many ways can we talk about brave in the face of adversity here, where there's so many calls that could really go either way. And we said it's like, if it goes one way, you know, you're going to be hearing about it. You're going to be blamed for maybe making the wrong decision. But I mean, Luke Stepp, I feel like he needs to, go to a casino, maybe hit one of those machines, the slot machines, because right now this man is just exuding luck on the field right now.
The onside kick call was just something else. And you said it best. Luke is playing brave. He is playing out of his mind. He said, look, if I lose, I lose, but I'm going to lose with everything that I've got. I'm going to have everything come out of my pockets, every play in the playbook. I'm not going to say, man, I really, really wish I would have used this play or I would have done that. So going into game 3, there might not be any more surprises left in his bag of tricks, but you never know, because Luke has shown that he is resilient and was able to get that pick 6 earlier in the game by controlling someone that he, through all of these games, has never controlled. So hats off to him, and we'll see if in game 3, Buffalo, because again, Buffalo easily could have lost game 1. Let's be real here. Diggs, with that long pass to convert that into a touchdown, could have not happened. This could have easily been a 2-0 for Luke. So now it's anybody's game in game 3. So I would tell you to guess who you think is going to win, but it has been so back and forth that I think you'd be hard pressed to pick someone.
Yeah, absolutely, because realistically, when we talk about the luck on one side, this was, I think about the onside kick as very unconventional luck. Like, that is a play that works. I think there was a NFL stat, at least recently, with the new rules and how everything changed. It was like a point-something percentage chance.
Some very low percentage.
Very low percentage chance. That works for you, where in game number 1, the Buffalo Bills don't have a great chance to win this, and then Diggs makes an incredible play down the field. A little bit of a defensive lapse where it's like, okay, like, that makes sense, but in terms of which one's most likely, I don't know. I feel like we've seen a very interesting thing here with Luke Stepp as well, where Luke Stepp is someone who wants to win and lose on their own terms, and that could be a very dangerous player to play against. I'm sure Jordy will be thinking about time on the clock. I'm sure that he'll be making the adjustments, and this game 3 is where you would expect to see these wrinkles, to see the changes on both sides. If there's gonna be any, we are going to expect it here in this game 3.
Yeah, and Buffalo feels, I'm sure, some sort of way as well because of that interception to start the game. And had they not given that up, maybe they just close it out. So everything is available. I would love to see Buffalo run a little bit more, control this clock a little bit more, and not give the Jets this opportunity. But they've been so successful in offense, minus that one pick six, that I really can't say too much. I like how they exploited the user control of Davis a lot and being able to move things through his zone and confuse him a little bit. But yeah, just keep doing what you're doing and just try not to have a big turnover and don't lose to an onside kick. I mean,
look downfield, and again finding just a little bit of that space. And this consistently has worked. We've talked about this specific play down the seam where they just found that little bit of space. They keep going to it, they keep throwing, and now they throw a play off of it, and Diggs finds a little bit of space, a little bit of room, and it'll be a touchdown off of just a few plays to start off the game. It is Diggs for 6.
Yeah, this is what we're saying. Like, I don't want to critique the Buffalo offense too much because they've just been doing it. Like, they just have
3 plays for 74 yards. Yeah, they've been doing it.
So, it's just a matter of, like, how can you not get unlucky, right?
Yeah.
Like, just don't let the Jets do something wild. And granted, the Jets have also got unlucky because the Jets did have, like, a random fumble when it was towards the end of the game. But still, Buffalo's offense has looked spectacular. It's just a matter of, like, on defense, they haven't really been able to get any interceptions, even though Rodgers was throwing it quite a bit. They did get that one random fumble. But can you just get a poor turnover? Can you bury the Jets early? Can you make this 14-0 and put some pressure on them to not run the ball? That's what I want to see.
Meanwhile, the Jets, who last time we saw them at the beginning of that game number 2, they had a very structured approach, very diligent on their first possession, where they were marching down the field, they were taking what the defense gave them, they were dedicated to the run, and it looks like they will keep that up. Ball get close to the first down, 2nd and inches here, and for as successful as they have been running the ball, the Bills have not been able to find any answers to really corner this player.
Yeah, the Jets, when they see that you're running this 3-4 defense, and then you're going to have to try to bring in your edge rushers to the interior, that is an advantage to the Jets, because if you're going to try to put defensive ends on, these big mammoth men on the interior, that is a strength and run blocking advantage that the Jets are going to just take all day long. If this was a game that wasn't 5-minute quarters, they would just run right up the middle every single time and just have their way up the middle. But they aren't able to do that this time, so they do have to go to the outside every so often. But, like, these are just huge opportunities for the Jets just to run it, smash mouth.
Absolutely. Just an update, quick penalty on the play. It was encroachment on the Bills. It happened so quickly, if you blinked, you may have missed it. But still, same result.
And look at this. When you're running this zone defense, you've got defensive backs who aren't even playing football right now. Like, they're not even in the game.
Sticking to their zone, and they don't really move to their spot until the play starts. And it gives the receivers a big advantage to get that running start, get their route early. And this is something that we've seen. I mean, I feel like on both sides that we've seen the quarterbacks take advantage of. Rodgers gets hit. The ball actually bounced off an offensive lineman's helmet, I believe. It stayed up for a bit, and a scary few seconds there if you're a Jets fan. Second and 10. They'll pass the ball, option right side. It will be Wilson, first down, and will get it on the 9-yard line. And again, the hurry-up offense does not stop.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the Jets want to do. Be able to get that first drive, be able to run, be able to pass, do a little both. Don't let them just keep keying in on one thing, and you've got Hall getting this to the 4-yard line.
Hall is running like a madman right now. Again, just breaking tackles, just doing so much after contact as well. Second and goal options here in the middle, and they will make it work. Breece Hall will get the first touchdown here for the Jets in this game.
All day. Yeah, this is
all day.
There's so much room in the middle of the field when it comes to Hall being able to find these running lanes. He's just a dynamic running back, and the offensive line is doing their job.
EAT is up and good. Now it'll be Buffalo to respond here. Still plenty of time in the first. We're still waiting for that defensive wrinkle, that defensive turn in this game. And really, I would love to see what Buffalo's defense comes up with, because we did see it was a user strip fumble, which is incredibly timed, especially on a player like Hall, who has been so dominant here. But would they be able to recreate that? We don't know. Buffalo's offense has been so consistent. See if that comes up at all later in this half.
Yep. There's the blitz. He's going to be able to find Davis wide open. There's just really no pressure on Josh Allen. He's able to go back, essentially just pick apart the defense every single time, and that's just not a winning formula normally. Ooh.
That one was close there. The receiver kind of covering that underneath zone almost picked that one off.
And that was our guy who had the interception on the first play previously.
Allen moving around formation. Bunch to the other side, on the left side. Lined up left of Allen as well.
I would assume that this is going to be something that's going to go to the seam. We've got Davis one-on-one.
You there. Diggs goes up for it and cannot hold on to it. That looked like it was in Diggs' hands.
It definitely was in Diggs' hands and was not able to bring that one down, but that was kind of telegraphed from the very beginning. Linebacker on Diggs, but Davis actually was not completely burned there. But I think he wants to go right back to this and maybe show, instead of a go route, show something that goes across the middle to get Davis off of him. And that's exactly what he did.
It will be. But Diggs doesn't see the pass, doesn't get their hands up, and will actually hit the helmet. And
right in the back
almost
of the head.
Yeah, that almost feels like a real life, NFL quarrel between Diggs and Allen.
Yeah, we're going to have problems after that.
Yeah, they're going to have problems. There might be some words said on the sidelines, but 4th and 10, Buffalo, they want to go for it.
And this is another streaking route for Diggs right up the middle. We'll see if Davis recognizes this. He does. But they go to the other side with it.
And well timed there. The safety was waiting to really dig their heels in and jump that route, but it was placed right before they would get a hand on it. Cook, now a little bit of space, a couple to beat, cuts back to the middle of the field and just shy of the first down here. 2nd and 1.
I love this look of having Diggs basically just, but the defensive back comes in with the blitz. I was saying I really like this look because Davis has to peak over at 14 before he gets to do anything else, which can really open up the run game, but also gives you this kind of stuff to Knox. Last time it didn't work, but I think this is really what they want to do. They want to put a little bit of pressure by making Davis think, where do I have to go immediately? Do I have to guard Diggs, or am I able to, assign to him this part of the field? But I think right now, you'll see he has to cheat over a little bit, wants to be deeper, but if he goes too deep, it's going to be just wide open for 14.
Another rush here. He's getting a lot of work here. 2nd and 6 as we start the brand new quarter. Bunch formation. Taking this team instead goes to Cook, who makes a move. Will make a move into the end zone. The Buffalo Bills will get a touchdown here, take the lead.
And you've got Buffalo doing it all right so far. Had the sack, obviously not ideal, but they were going to be able to come right back, keep with their game plan, still really punish the Jets around the hash lines. And the Jets have just got to try to be consistent. I just think the Buffalo offense has been way more consistent than the Jets. The Jets have been playing with a little more gusto, a little more, we don't care what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, they'll get another opportunity here. Still have not seen, that change in terms of whether we see a stop defensively, whether we see a defensive turnover that leads to kind of a change in rhythm for these teams. If it's just these offenses going back and forth, we're going to get a very similar game to game number 1. Rodgers in trouble. That's going to be a little bit too high for the receiver, Conklin, to get a hold of. And pressure gets to Rodgers and disrupts the timing of that route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised that not any one of these throws where there was somebody in his face has fallen in bounds, where a Buffalo defender could maybe possibly get their hands on it. Every single one has gone out of bounds. So the Jets can feel lucky, but that's still something to keep an eye on. And even right now, I'm looking at on the left side of this field, we've got 3 offensive players and only 2 defenders. And
goodness, that was close. The receiver I thought he was going to was actually the one on the out route, a little bit more open space. Instead goes with the one crossing the middle of the field, and there was a defender that was sitting waiting for that ball. They basically land in their hands. Lazard swipes it from him.
Yeah, and this is a play that the Jets are going to want to continue to just stay in the no huddle and bring it back over because, each time that they do it, they've had a significant advantage where it's been 3 wide receivers on only 2 defenders, and Cobb is able to come back on that one.
Gets it to the ground, and quickly the Jets just get into the red zone, 19-yard line. No pass option here. Hall open, but
easy.
Conklin finds some space, gets to the 3, and right now the Jets, they're taking absolutely all the space that they want from Buffalo.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of that. The Jets feel like, even though they have Hall, and Hall has been magnificent over the last couple of games, I'm feeling that the Jets just sense that they have such an advantage throwing the football that they have to go out of their way to give it to Hall. And I know that sounds weird, but they just really feel like there's been huge holes in the offensive game where their wide receivers can run free like they just did right now.
Yeah. Wilson, the receiver for that one. They should be able to tie this up with a PAT. It is up, and it is good. All tied up. We just passed the 2-minute warning here for the game, and Buffalo, they have the last look at this one as we again get to see their offense, but right now both offenses are humming.
All right, we've got 1:57, and every game it looks like Buffalo has received. So the Jets trying to find something special. Oh, what a catch by Davis. He wasn't touched,
still up.
though.
Goodness. That could have done more damage as both of those defenders just kind of swiped past, not able to get a hand on the downed Davis there.
They just don't want to leave a bunch of time on the clock here. They want to. As soon as I say that.
Yep. I mean,
okay.
Wow.
I don't know about all that, just dropping down on the 20. I mean, maybe on the 5.
How many times have we seen that today? Like,
yeah, but the other one was because they were up a lot.
Yeah.
You know, like this one, they're definitely not up. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean,
So-
I feel like you take the points here. This is,
Yeah.
this is halfway through the game. Like you take that. Yeah, you gotta maybe defend one more time, but this is not the time to play the clock as if the game is going to end.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I mean, I think even if you are going to do that, you don't do it till you're on the 5 or the 1 or something, and you get 30 extra seconds out of the way. But now you're in a situation where you might not even score. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, 24 seconds left here. Completion there, and there was a moment there I thought Allen would actually take off. We haven't
Yeah,
seen
me too.
a lot of Allen scrambling for yardage here. Obviously,
And by
more than
You haven't seen a
capable.
lot, you mean none.
Yeah, literally none. I was trying to give a little credit there. Yeah, no runs here by Allen, and has looked like a prim and proper pocket passer, as that one will be batted down by the defense. Part of the second. Good defense there. 20 seconds. 3rd and goal. And for Buffalo, I mean, you're really hoping that dropping down on the very clear run that you had doesn't come back to bite you here.
Yeah. I mean, they've got 20 seconds. They've got all their timeouts. It's a matter of can you score or not.
3rd and goal. One out wide on the right, slot receiver on the left. Diggs in the tight end. That should be the
as soon
run,
as
and
we
that
said
should
it.
be. There it is. Allen will get there for the rushing touchdown, and that has been available, just has not been taken advantage of, and now it's an extra thing that you have to think about as a Jets defender.
The caster curse in full effect. As soon as
Yeah.
we say that Allen has not done any running in any of the 3 games, comes out, gets you the touchdown with 15 seconds left, and now the Jets are going to try to do some Jets magic that we've seen from Luke Stepp, where they can get in field goal range with 15, 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, the power of the caster curse or blessing, the power that we hold in our hands, Rob.
That's right.
15 seconds, 2 timeouts. This is definitely something where you could possibly get into field goal range. We'll see what the play call is here as we get this bunch formation. Looking for something across the field that will be just a little bit behind there. Couldn't get their hands on it. Knocked out of the hands of Wilson. Now 10 seconds left. You've probably got 1 play and a timeout. You're trying to go for the field goal. It'll be difficult to lock down here, but a lot of these plays are taking a lot of time to develop. See
Yeah, you only have
where
10
they want to
seconds.
We'll see where they want to take their shot. There will be a timeout used by Buffalo. They want to think this over, maybe reform the defense here. Well, there's absolutely no problem maybe giving up a little bit of yardage and potentially a field goal, but they do not want to get bamboozled into giving something up down the field that might result in a touchdown.
Yeah, it is a little bit surprising to see the linemen playing
Oh,
so inside, but there you go, 4 seconds. I mean, you're on the 50, so I mean, you're talking about like a 65-yard field goal, so
yeah.
this is definitely going to go to the end zone.
A timeout here called by Jets, I believe.
Yeah, the question is going to be like, how do you want to put pressure, or do you just want to play prevent, right? Like,
Yeah.
and if you're the user control, do you want to try to control somebody on the line? Possibly. I don't think so. I think you just kind of look. If they score from the 50, you got it, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
A little bit
nope.
of time.
You try to get a
wanted at least-
little bit closer.
Like the idea there. 2 seconds left. We'll see if they have something else. I like the idea. You get about 10 to 12 yards just on that little slant, and you go down, but we'll be down the field. Ball is up. A group effort there, and it will be intercepted in the end zone. Won't look great on the stats, but it will not matter in terms of the gameplay here. Buffalo end the half with the lead, but the Jets will be the first ones with the ball in the second half.
Yeah, and we've seen the Jets in this position multiple times where are they able to just get a stop? Like any way, shape possible, interception, fumble, whatever, on downs, just get me one stop in the second half. And they have been able to not do that.
Yeah, for Buffalo, I mean, it's the end of the half, but that does count as a stop. I understand that, Jets really didn't have a ton of time, but this possession will be probably one of the more important ones of this game, considering that each of these games have come down to the last possession, the last few moments. You want to bury the New York Jets. Now is the drive to do it. Cobb on the move, motions to the right. Something to the corner. It will be Cobb, and they will get it, go down, and a nice chunk of yardage there for the first down.
Yeah, and this is just classic Jets. Like, they've decided that passing the football is going to be their best way to win this game, that the Bills are playing some sort of defense that's taking away all so much that let's just go back, let's just chuck the rock and see what happens. And obviously that gives the Bills a chance to be able to get their hands on the football, but they have not been able to do it so far.
Rips to the left. Ball lined up on the right side. Tight end on the right side of the line. Downfield options. The Y is open. It will be a completion. I thought the safety may have turned around in just the nick of time to knock it out, but it will be held on to.
Yeah, and this is a really good spot for the Jets. They can do whatever they want, pass, throw, run these little, underneath throws. 206 for Rodgers. They feel very, very comfortable throwing away their run game to be able just to give it. As soon as I say that, they get a go right up the middle.
That will be a first down, first and goal here, and Hall never too far out of the game plan, and will maybe used right here. Right on the right side. Will it lead to a touchdown? It will. He stays up. And the Jets, well done.
Yeah, unable to really stop Hall when the few touches he's been able to get, but it's just obviously a back and forth affair. And who is it going to be that's going to go for two? Who is it going to be that is going to get this big play? Because right now, it's just a matter of both defenses really not doing too much of anything. And we've seen that both times the Bills have had the ball towards the end. It's just a matter of, can the Jets, maybe stop them, or can the Bills not shoot themselves in the foot?
All tied up here. Buffalo getting their first offensive possession of the half. Again, it will be up to Josh Allen to really put on the pressure here. Go. Back line won't get much there. In fact, loses a yard on that one, 2nd and 11.
Yeah, you're not going to make a living running against Williams. So, but now you've got a lot of men on this left side. Is Adams going to be able to get in there and do something with it? They're not throwing it or they are throwing it. They weren't running it anyway. And Davis lost him.
And no one's going to stop him there. Touchdown for the Bills, and that is one of those as a defensive back. You go for the interception. You tried to jump the route. Sometimes you do that, the wide receiver ends up getting a little bit more than you planned. Runs it all the way for the touchdown, and that one has to be a little painful there.
Well, we said in game one that Davis is someone who can stretch the field, who can do really bad things to good people, and in that case, he was able to go the length of the field, and quickly it is 28-21.
Not too many corners or safeties can really stop a player like that. The receivers on the left will be another screen. Not nearly as much room as we've seen, as defense seemed pretty prepared for that, but a nice chunk of yards, 6 yards on the play.
Yeah, 6 yards on a screen pass that could have busted out. They're going to take that the whole time. And again, they have given up on the run essentially, but if you're able to just go across your body, dead eye completed, then who needs the run?
It's ridiculous how that works. How accurate that can be, that cross body. Any fans of football, anyone that has played football, has always been told not to do that exact play, but when people can just pull it out of a hat like that, you just got to tip your cap to them. On the field.
When you're Aaron Rodgers, you get to make your own rules.
Yeah, you get to do what you like, I guess. Hall not ready for that one, just didn't quite turn their head, couldn't quite find the ball. That will fall harmlessly away. 2nd and 10. The receivers on the left side, the tight end on the line on the right, tight end Conklin. But a room will just go down with that one, but a great catch. And really, I feel like Conklin may be one of the more understated assets on this offense here. He's had a lot of impact in every game this series.
Yeah, he's able just to find the hole in the zone and just kind of sit in it, and is very happy to just, get this 11-yard catch here, 7-yard catch there, but it's like first down, and keep these drives going. So we're at 32 seconds, and I'm sure there's some math somewhere that I just don't know, but you've got to know, what a pass.
What a route.
To Wilson. But there's that touchdown on the board. What I was trying to get into was, how do you figure out how many possessions you're going to have, right? Like, before you have to start either going really fast or going really slow. Because I haven't seen the pace of either team really change that much. But I'm sure there's some math that says, it's 24 seconds on the clock now. With a tie game, can I feasibly run out the game right here, right? So if I can't feasibly run out the game here, then obviously you want to have a really big play, so you can try to get that last possession. But I think based on how Buffalo has been playing, they know they're going to score, right? So it's like, I think they want to go fast, but I'm just not quite sure that they're able to run out 5 minutes, 20 seconds. And right now, No Huddle's only running off 3 seconds. We'll see what happens if they let this all run out. Okay, so they didn't. So they think that they have to try to just score as quickly as they possibly can. And Davis is up and running around still.
It's not giving up any of these yards. Does not want to go down easy. And all tied up 28-28. And we are at a very similar point. And I think all of that description that you did is someone is probably making a lot of money calculating exactly what you were talking about of, the probability, average time of possession, the time of possession that you need, to maybe ice out a game like that. And Cook is going to be wanting to take this one directly, is not going to go down. They want the whole enchilada, and they will get it.
That's perfect. I think when we're talking about if Buffalo thinks to themselves, hey, we need to score as quickly as we possibly can because the average drive of the Jets is 3 minutes, 50 seconds or 4 minutes. I think it's got to be somewhere in there, 3 minutes-ish. That'll give us another minute 50 right now. So or like a minute. Oh, what a
he
shank.
slipped it. Wow. That, I mean, that one's just a mental mistake there. I'm not
Yeah, and that's
sure.
really bad because that probably cuts like a minute off of their drive time. So now, like, before you would be getting the ball back with like a minute and you're guaranteed to run out the clock, even if you kick a field goal. Now it's like, okay, well, if they score, now it's like 2 minutes and you might leave some time in the clock.
Yeah, so obviously penalty for kicking it out of play. That will be put on the 41-yard line, I guess.
15-yard penalty.
All right, well, 2nd and 9. And Buffalo having all of the momentum here.
Yeah, and now the Jets are in a spot where they have to try to score as quickly as they possibly can. But he's going out of bounds. So, like, I'm not sure, like, what the thought process is, because if, on one hand, if you're trying to say I need to score as quickly as possible, like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, right now, I mean, the Jets, I think to your point, they want to score quickly. They know that they don't want to leave Buffalo with the final possession here, especially because of how their defense has played this game specifically. You want to kind of run the clock ahead. But again, I'm a favorite target as of late.
Well, plenty of time. Now you've got 4 minutes. If your average drive time is, like I said, about 3 minutes, then you don't want to do too much right now. Because if I'm fairly certain that Buffalo can hold the ball for 3 minutes. So right now, you really, I mean, I know you're audibling and all this other stuff, but like you need to score right now, or you're never getting the ball back.
Rodgers is going to run. That needs to dive, but they'll slide, I think.
Yeah, heard the footsteps.
Listen, you're not the one taking the damage. I think Aaron Rodgers can run a few more yards there and take a hit. Flag there on play.
Definitely want to decline that.
Interesting goal. Was that a delay game? Was that a motion thing? What happened? They're back a little bit further now, but it's not going to matter. Conklin is able to hold on to it. Yeah, and from any downer distance, they will score.
Yeah, and I mean, this is... if I'm the Jets, it's like, okay, well, we're going to give them the ball back with 3:12. Buffalo, your only job in life right now is to run off 3 minutes and 12 seconds. If you do anything that is not running off 3 minutes and 12 seconds, you have made a terrible, terrible mistake. So obviously you can still throw the ball around. You've got 3 timeouts. You can do all this good stuff, but you want to use the clock as you get over the 50-yard line. If you want to run fast before the 50, great. But once this is over the 50-yard line, it's we're going to slow this boy down. We're going to put on some R&B tunes. We're going to get comfortable, and we're going to slow it down a little bit.
Get comfortable, they will.
That's right.
29-yard line here, 1st and 10, and Allen has to kind of revert his role, become the best game manager I've ever seen. Cook, the run.
Beautiful call. I love it.
Down. Would not be surprised if we start seeing timeouts being used here as the clock is winding down. You still do have the 2-minute warning, obviously, in about 30 seconds.
Look at this hole.
And that is a hole. Again, going to be brought down. And Buffalo has surprisingly had some very wide open running lanes. Much just the chagrin of Jordan. Yeah. Holy.
All right. So, 2-minute warning. So now the concern, if you are the Jets, is obviously, they hold the ball, they kick a field goal, all this. But if you're Buffalo, the concern is that you get stuffed, you have to kick a field goal, and they call timeouts, right? So, like right now, okay, so now they've got a timeout. You're at a minute 57. You've got to convert this. If you can convert this, you probably win the game.
really is the Jets. You kind of want to sell out here and make and beat you over the top.
Remember, Buffalo has not gone to that interior slot play yet. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, not a sack. It does look like Allen did get that ball away, so it will be an incompletion.
Nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
3rd and 11. The Jets
11.
still get to keep their 2 timeouts, and you've got to convert. If you convert, you probably win. If you don't convert, you probably lose. Like, it is all on the line right now.
Right now, very much out of field goal range. 63-yard field goal, something like that. Right side, it will be Knox. Knox stays in bounds. Will get the first down. What a play.
Great high IQ play to not go out of bounds. So now the clock just runs. We give this ball to Cook. We put this ball wherever we need it to be for the run. Oh! And now he's not going to score. He's just going to go down. And the clock is still running. Buffalo is so. Here's a reason that Buffalo
want to use a timeout here.
So, like I said, here's the reason that Buffalo and the Jets are not calling timeouts, because for them, they feel like it doesn't matter anyway. Like, they're either going to miss this field goal or they're not. So for me, though, I'd call the timeout because I want to have to run the football a couple of times, and I can get a couple hits, and maybe I can get a fumble. But yeah, that should have been done before.
Yeah, I was about to say, if on your logic, they shouldn't have called a timeout. They should have just tried to block. But now they've wasted so much time not calling the timeout.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, now you get only one more.
Anymore.
Yeah. So on this one, so I'm actually shocked. So in that situation, you do not ever want to give it to the running back, because the running back has an opportunity to get tackled. So you just take a knee, but you just put it wherever you need it to go. So that way you don't actually get tackled, and then possibly fumble it, because there's like 0.00% chance that you fumble it when you need the football. So granted, it didn't turn into a fumble there, but like, you also that's just not a smart play. You just want to take a knee.
Well, they call a timeout on the 21, so this will be about a 38 field goal.
Very doable.
Very doable. And icing the kicker for the Jets. I love to see it. That is their last time out. Your best blocking play, if possible. Let's see if they do.
Remember, they did squib one on the kickoff, right? Oh, no.
It's squib one. It is up. It is middle of the uprights. It will be the Buffalo Bills getting the victory. It will be Jordu outlasting Luke Stepp and the New York Jets. They will move on to the final round. They will qualify.
Excellent play for both teams. It ended up coming down to the very end like we thought it would. There's really just not much to say, because, I mean, it was like in this last game, the defenses really just didn't figure out how to stop the other offense, and it was going to be a matter of kind of playing the clock. And that's why when we were discussing, like, hey, like, how do we play right now? Do we play slow? Do we play fast? And I think that was really the biggest question going in to this game is, do we need to play ball control or not? And it turned out to be that, in the end, great field goal kicking on the side of Jordu to be able to pull this one out, but that was a nail biter. It was by no means was that a decided game really at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like, it went to the wire. It felt like both of these teams really poured their heart out here and delivered a great product to watch, for sure. A great product to cast as well. So, again, congrats to both of these teams. And Luke Stepp making the New York Jets look like a team that I wish we would have seen during the actual season.
Hey, they about to interview me, bro.
But unfortunately not able to get that, but we will be seeing Jordu in the next game. And they are playing Noah. You talked about it earlier, Noah, the Kansas City Chiefs. So we are eventually going to get that that Chiefs and Buffalo Bills game yet. We thought we would get it earlier. We finally get it here.
Yeah, and his opponent in the finals, Noah up next, is not anybody to mess around with. Noah will embarrass you quickly. Is a professional Madden player, has accolades all over the place, has tens of thousands of dollars in winnings from Madden, and it is not something where you're going to be able to make the kind of mistakes that you might have made previously on defense and expect that to work when you're playing against Noah in the finals. So he's also playing with the Chiefs, so we're going to see how he gets Travis Kelce involved versus what we saw from Buffalo trying to get, Stephon Diggs involved and so on and so forth. But I've just seen and I'm very familiar with Noah's game, and we'll see what Jordu can do. Jordu played very strong against Luke Step, but he's going to have to play better if he wants to beat Noah, who has not dropped any games so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd hope in a game like this that 38 would be enough to take down the Kansas City Chiefs and Noah, but it might not. We don't know. It might be a scoring bonanza. It might be a defense that's actually able to slow Jordu down. But as of right now, we have one more best of 3 yet to play. We are going to take a little bit of a break here to get things set up. We will take a moment. So we will leave you guys, wondering what that matchup is going to look like, and we will talk to you very soon. Welcome back to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. We have finished our 2 series now. We are here in the finals. It has been Cobra, it has been Rob. Rob, how are you feeling about this final matchup coming up?
I'm excited to see what both of these guys bring to the table. We haven't got to see anything from Noah up next in this bracket. We know that he went 2-0 in the first 2 games, and on our side, we got to see some pretty exciting games. Went the full distance, 3 games, all the way to the last field goal. So hopefully, we can see just as exciting of a matchup here in the finals. But it's going to be strength to strength, offense to offense again, or I mean, it's possible. We haven't seen Noah. Is he just playing a lot of great defense? We'll find out shortly as soon as this game starts.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most variance we're going to get. We're kind of coming into this one a little bit cold because we know that Noah has been kind of dominating their side of the bracket. Jordu, who just was, basically put through the ringer a little bit in a best of 3 that went the distance every single game. You're kind of getting to the point in a long day of Madden where fatigue also starts to play a factor. How mentally prepped are you for another series that could potentially go the distance as well?
Yeah, and these are guys who have played in plenty of Madden tournaments. They know that they're not going to get rattled. They've got to kick the big field goals. They've got to be prepped if somebody randomly hits an onside kick to win a game that was unwinnable. Those are the kind of things that we have seen so far in our tournament, and I expect nothing less. And this isn't just for pride. This isn't just for bragging rights. There are still a lot of dollars on the line in the finale here. So excited to see, we got a $5,000 prize pool running around. So these guys want to get a piece of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to be making sure they're going to go through everything in the playbook to make sure that they put themselves in the best position for that. Does look like we are ready to go here. I believe the game may have just started. We just missed the kickoff here, but we'll be getting to that in just a little bit. Now, let's talk about the teams that we're seeing, because we've seen a lot of Buffalo. We saw Kansas City earlier on, but now we're getting to see these 2 teams go against each other, which has been, in the NFL, in Madden, this clash of the Titans, so to speak. These 2 great teams. Now we're seeing them on the virtual gridiron. What are you thinking about how these teams stack up against each other?
Well, we've seen Buffalo play so far, and the strategy has been it's going to be digs on the big play, anybody else when they're going up the field. But we did see Davis make a couple really big plays there, some excellent catches. But a lot of that I felt was like the Jets defense kind of just like missed some things, especially when they were long passes to Davis and things like that. But we also saw like the Buffalo defense didn't really take too care of when they were trying to tackle on some screen passes, and that looked kind of ugly. So, I mean, we just know more about what we've seen from Buffalo so far. Whereas with Noah, we haven't seen what he's been able to do, but I would expect to see a lot of Travis Kelce here. Noah is very accurate, but also is a good scrambler. So I would also expect to see, a little bit more on the ground, maybe from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and that's really a facet of Mahomes' play, the ability to scramble, the ability to kind of eat up yardage here as we get that going almost immediately here in the first game. Kansas City has the ball, immediately finding Mecole Hardman Jr. on the left side for their first down of this game. And immediately taking a little bit of pressure down the middle of that line. And right now, Noah is someone that goes quickly into a play, so they're not going to take much time to kind of plan out what they're doing. Valdez Scantling finds room on the right side, and it might be the Chiefs already taking this one and will get the first score of this game.
Yeah, and you thought that getting that long sack, that big sack against Mahomes was going to stop, but this is what I'm saying. Noah's like 2-point conversions. Kicking, nah, we don't do that here. We just want points, and that's going to be 87 putting up 2 to make it 8-0. And on stream, that's our first 2-point conversion that we've seen. And I think you're going to see a lot of that from Noah because if you believe in your offense, why even send the kicker out there?
Yeah, absolutely. Considering the crazy kind of day that we've had, I'm actually very surprised that that is the first attempted and made 2-point conversion that we have. But now Jordu is going to have to keep up with this pace. We've seen what Noah can do, and we've seen that they are going to be very quick with their play calling, with their attacking deep down the field. It is up to Jordu's offense and the Buffalo Bills to keep pace with that.
And the Chiefs appear to be the home team here. So they do have adrenaline, which is going to be the home team has reduced stamina during their plays. So, you're going to be able to stay faster, longer. Uh, but this is going to be our first time seeing Kansas City on defense, and we'll see what Buffalo can do, or if Noah is one of the players that is going to play and show us what it's like to get a stop.
Delay of game there, not gonna be applied onto the play. Again, a little bit of gamesmanship as they're just, setting up the playbook, adjusting audibles, all of that shenanigans at the beginning. Allen in the gun, Davis left side and has a little bit of room. Anything they could do to break that tackle? No, they'll just protect the ball, but a huge play of 40 yards on their first pass.
Yeah, we're not seeing anything special on defense just yet. Davis doing what he did just in the last round, which is getting a big play, and we see these outs. This is going to be to Knox this time, and 8-yard gain. Get down to 2nd and 2.
Allen in the gun, Cook sent over to the right. That bunch formation right side, looking for a little bit of room, and it's going to be
Mm.
that Davis play in the same has been tried and true and tested in these series. And again, finds a little bit of room. And now they are in prime position here. Cook looking to run, a little bit of a gap, will get the touchdown, and it will put 6 on the board.
And that is a quick 6, but this is the pressure now. It's like you have to be able to convert in the shortest part of the field where we have seen Buffalo, we saw the Jets last round, have a little bit of difficulty figuring out what they're supposed to be running here that's going to be run to success. So if you're not used to running a bunch of 2-point conversions, this could be a small
Hmm.
area of opportunity for Noah to have an advantage.
Yeah, it's basically you've dictated the kind of game that this is going to be. So now Allen should be able to run to the pylon. Will
Oh!
get
Let's
there.
go! Wow. Skin of his teeth getting that one in. It is 8-8, and but Noah's got to feel good about that. If
Yeah.
on the 2-point conversions, if it's going to be that difficult each time, he
Mhm.
might end up just winning on 2-point conversions.
Absolutely. Listen, Noah threw down the gauntlet. Jordu has responded in kind. But now Noah, yet again, with possession here, will fair catch and start out on the 25.
Yeah, we can also talk about how easy it looked for Jordu. I
Yeah.
mean, he ran up and down the field, super long plays to Davis each time. And Kelsey is involved more than he was involved last time we saw Kansas City on stream. And again, I expect to see Noah take advantage of his best player on offense, which is going to be Travis Kelsey.
Reps on the left side. Drag route. Instead decides to change it here. Mahomes back looking for options. Now decides that they might scramble. Decides
Woo!
against it. And will get caught there. A few too many ideas. Never really surmounted to anything and gets caught. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, was very lucky and fortunate that that didn't turn into a fumble, but he was looking to do something special with that. He had his running back breaking open, but wasn't able to get around the defender that time. And now we're at 3rd and 11, right where you want the Chiefs. I can guarantee you that he will not punt. FYI,
Oh,
don't have to worry about it because it's a first down.
yeah, and there was some pressure going through there, and that will be an encroachment penalty. Not taken, but just trying to maybe slow down the pace of play. But there was some pressure there sent by Buffalo on that previous play, but just got chipped by one of the offensive linemen, and that bought Mahomes just enough time to fire that downfield. Play clock runs off, and this game is going in a hurry. 30
Yeah,
seconds left in the first quarter. Over to Kelsey yet again. That across the middle of the field, and they're finding a lot of just kind of soft areas
Mhm.
in this defense. These defenders are being run out by these deep routes, and Kelsey is finding room to operate here.
Well, if you're running a zone, that drag route should be open every single play. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a matter of like making sure that you're not getting rushed uh, super quickly and being able to just deliver it on time once you pass by the linebacker that's in that zone. Kelsey should be open.
yeah. Love to see it here. Mahomes screen to the left side. Valdez Scantling not able to get too open there as that's read well.
Yeah, and they're running the clock. Like, I mean, I think if you see what is going on offense, he's snapping that ball at like 7 seconds, not at
Yeah,
like 27. So I think that there is some manner of like, okay, how much time am I supposed to be taking off the clock every time? See, again, now he's draining this all the way
yeah,
down to like 7 seconds again. And this is just a little bit different than what we've seen from the other teams that we saw earlier, where they're just kind of like getting up there as soon as they can snap it, they can snap it. Noah's like, okay, I want to hold this ball for as long as I possibly can before I start running stuff.
yeah, absolutely. And Noah does seem to be, very quickly going to each play and kind of has an idea of, maybe the 3 to 5 plays that they could run with that formation, just quick to get to it. We have a slight pause in
Yeah.
the action.
But this is it's looking good on offense for both sides of uh, the both of these teams. Uh, they haven't seen anything that looks like a defense that has been able to consistently stop them. Kelsey's getting involved, so the Chiefs are feeling pretty good. The run game up until right now has looked halfway decent, but you can run these plays for a loss to just keep the defense honest. But again, we are seeing that Kansas City has not been in a rush to run these plays. They want to get the clock down. They want to hold it as long as they possibly can and just be able to take advantage when they have the football. And that is wide open up the middle of the field too. But Mahomes is going to take off. And I
Oh,
was saying this before the game started that you're going to see Noah not afraid to run with Mahomes. And when we saw the Chiefs play earlier today, I'm pretty sure we didn't see a single rush from Mahomes.
yeah, absolutely. An attempted rush there, but really nothing to go on 3rd and 11. And, a team that doesn't punt, I'm assuming they're probably not going to take many field goals either. So this is 4 down territory for the Chiefs. And the Bills going to have to hunker down and hope that they make it as difficult as possible.
And he can take advantage of this safety matchup right now. Had a little stop and go and is able to get that
Wow.
completed, but that's going to still be short. So he's happy to take that. But like you said, if you're going for 2 point conversions and all this other madness, and you're not going to be punting or kicking field goals today.
So yet another play. And have to be careful here. Trips on the left side. Kelsey lined up on the right on the line. Drag route in front, and it will be enough. There's
Now,
another completion here and a timeout.
that was a timeout from Buffalo. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. He has already explained to his opponent from his play, I am just going to hold this ball as long as I possibly can. Like, I know I can score every time. I'm not caring about this clock. Look at this. This is already a minute 24 left in the half. This game has blown by. And and there's a touchdown.
Oh, the Chiefs will get a touchdown here. And yeah, again, it feels like Noah can kind of score on demand. And really, when you have an opponent like this, is going for the PAT.
Yeah, and that's
Interesting here.
actually kind of strange to me for if he
Any
was
any fakes here? No.
I
Okay.
mean, there's fakes in his repertoire for sure, but it just seems very strange to open the game with a 2 point and then not have it. And I mean, I guess maybe he's just feeling some sort of way about the momentum of his team
Right.
and says, hey, look, maybe that was a little more difficult than we thought it would be. So let's go ahead and get this extra point. It also could be a little bit of gamesmanship to say, hey, maybe Jordu will feel a little bit of pressure to do a 2 point conversion because he's feeling really good about his offense. But now
Right.
it's a minute 20. Okay. So this is not a situation where you can just keep running it. You do have 2 timeouts. you do want to make sure that you score, and that the pressure is picked up. And this is a no. Oh
Oh,
no!
Diggs!
Terrible angle. But you see how Diggs is playing around with it. He
Yeah.
didn't want to score. Uh, we'll get back to that later if he doesn't score a touchdown here, but was definitely looked like he just wasn't putting on the afterburners to just score that touchdown there.
I think part of that he's really hoping that receiver downfield can pick up that last blocker. But he ends up outrunning, I believe it was Gabe Davis, number 13, in that situation. And also have to remember that you want to save that timeout, so you want to head out of bounds. So, smart thinking there. It's always a chance that you don't break the tackle the way you want and you're kept in bounds. You have to waste that resource. Does look like they're gonna wait to put the timeout there, even though they didn't need to.
Well, the Kansas City defense has looked atrocious.
Was there
And
a
what's
flag?
crazy is that it's a minute 12 left in the half, and Buffalo's had the ball once. So, like, this is the
Yeah,
second, their second offensive drive, but, like, they really haven't had the ball much to speak of. I mean, Cook's got 2 rushes.
yeah.
So, now we're burning the clock now, we've got 38 seconds left.
The
Kansas
run
City could
play.
still get out of this without giving up a touchdown.
Oh,
Just
middle of the field.
kidding.
Shakir should be able to put that one in. And there's still time on the clock, but they didn't burn their 2 timeouts there. They were able to score basically going on the field in what was that, like 45 seconds, something
Yeah, and I mean,
to
and
that?
that's mostly because they let it burn down,
Yeah,
on one of the plays. So
and they didn't
30
use the
seconds is still a
timeout.
lot of time for Noah, to be able to do something with this ball because he doesn't really run the football so much. Did do a lot of those, like I said, those drag routes that came across the middle and get tackled in bounds, but I'm sure he has a plethora of plays, that he can choose from here. He has all 3 timeouts, is really looking to just get some points whatsoever. So there's no real pressure to have to do something silly and, you know, go for it all. You can be pretty happy getting a field goal here, but there's no pressure. Is going to be able to go right up the middle, take a timeout, and just keep running their offense.
Second and inches here, fairly close to the first down, but Noah's eyes are much further downfield. Trying to take large chunks of space on this. Trips to the left.
Now he's got this
Kelsey off
screen
the
off to the
line.
left. If he wants the first down, he can just hit square at any point. Oh, but
Oh, wow. Well,
little bad pass there.
let's say he did, in fact, hit square and did, in fact, think that that player that was, there for the screen and they're kind of waiting for that exact play was the right option. Just unfortunately was dealing with a little too much pressure, could not make an accurate throw in third and inches. 19 seconds left and, wants points. Obviously, would love to go down the field, but really needs to think about points. Cole Hardman Jr., few yards, obviously gets the first down. And we'll stop the clock. 15 seconds remaining. 2 timeouts still.
Mhm. Yeah, it's still 15 seconds, still plenty of time. We're almost to midfield. Need about 20 yards to feel good, and so can do all of that still.
McKinnon sent out to the right side. Opportunity for a route from Valdez Scantling and the second and inches again. So just about 10 yards or a little under 10 yards and a timeout used. 11 seconds. Probably got 1 or 2 plays.
Mhm.
The
Oh,
timeout.
there we go.
As Valdez Scantling yet again, middle of the field. Your final timeout used.
Now this is tough because 7 seconds, you've got to go to the end zone or you got to go out of bounds.
Uh-huh.
You won't have enough time if you get tackled in bounds here. So, this is going to get audibled to be able to go right to the end zone or
And
oh,
oh wow. Nicole Hardman Jr. gets their, I believe that is their second touchdown, 21 for KC here.
wide open, but then look, the safety tries to come
Yeah.
over, but a little bit late and a perfect pass from Patrick Mahomes, and this is another field goal. So I'm not sure what was going on with the 2-point conversion earlier in the game, but has gone back to just kicking it. But now 3 seconds. I mean, this is going all Noah up next way.
Absolutely. Jordu did kick it off. I believe the first possession was Kansas City's, so Jordu will have an opportunity here. Diggs with return, and it makes one miss, but unfortunately doesn't have enough time to do much more. We'll get a second crack at it, but halftime here, 22 for the Kansas City Chiefs, 15 for the Buffalo Bills. And, for as put together as Noah has looked here, and again, in control, a very accomplished player, but Jordu has hung in
Oh
there
yeah.
in this game. And it's really all about, the offense here and what the offense is going to be capable of in the second half to keep this one uh, in a good place.
Yeah, it's a time management thing. So like if both offenses are just going up and down the field, then it's a matter of like, you know, are you going to do it like Noah and just try to hold the ball as long as you can? Or are you going to go for two? And those are the big, I mean, those are really the only things that make a difference if
Yeah.
no one's playing defense. And so far, no one's playing defense. So, you know, Cook's got to, like, you've got this play right to
Wow.
Diggs, excellent pass. And are you going to go fast? And he's decided he's going to go fast, no huddle, as opposed to holding the ball. So he's been snapping it around like 17 seconds, 16 seconds, and you see Noah has been, doing it around 7 seconds. So that's the well now he's holding it a little bit more. So maybe he's decided to change his mind, and do what Noah's doing and hold the football. But so far, Buffalo hasn't been in this like control-y type of situation. But Allen is on the run.
Will throw that one away. And I thought we were going to see Allen maybe turn a corner and really show off the wheels, but keeping the ball safe, keeping the quarterback safe as well. And I kind of to your point, it looked like he wanted to go quickly, but
Mhm.
saw how the defense was structured, wanted to change a few things at the line, and really took their time deciding, what kind of formation, what kind of routes he wanted his receivers to run. At the end of the day, didn't actually get the look that he wanted, had to throw it away, but Allen dropping back, looking for something across the seam, but does have a receiver on the right side. It is Knox. Knox may be out running Sneed, but eventually forced out of bounds. Huge play here for Buffalo.
Yeah, and those plays have been open the whole time, and this is why I'm saying like Noah hasn't shown, any defensive prowess at all.
Ooh.
Like, and that almost was a touchdown too. So, um, but it looks like I said, Buffalo is trying to go fast, Kansas City's trying to go slow, and that's the big difference. And now you've got Allen almost wow trying to slide and about getting his whole head taken off in the process.
That was an NFL game. There would have been like
Oh yeah.
14 flags thrown on that play. Just too many hits to Allen there, but slid down just short of the goal line, about the 2.
Yeah, and
Allen
your
drops
wallet will be
back.
about 25,000
Yeah.
lighter. Yeah, that
That
was
will be Diggs across. Should get the touchdown. Does get it. And again, great drive here for Buffalo.
yeah, and that was a strong defensive like play for about a quarter of a second because you saw
Yeah.
that the linebacker kept Allen in the pocket because Allen was about to step up, but then right behind him, came that wide receiver. But you do what you can do. Obviously, offense is king today in Madden, and now we've got 3 minutes. And if any of these drives have shown you anything, Buffalo will probably not be getting this ball back until the fourth.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. We'll see what Noah has in store. Again, has been quick to pick the play they want, but not as quick to really snap the ball. But gets to the look that they want and really just makes you think. Screen to the left side, a lot of room, a couple of blockers, and tries to make a few
Mm-hmm.
miss. Does get just enough for the first down.
Yeah, and no change right now in how. Well, let's see. Maybe there is a change because before we start talking, because we've been seeing him go slow earlier. Oh
Oh,
my God, the
fumble!
ball's on the ground.
Oh my goodness, that will be recovered by Valdez Scantling. MVS in the right place, the right time. That could have been a game changer there. McKinnon could not hang on to it, got absolutely trucked, but no Buffalo Bills player available to pick it up.
Yeah, that looked a lot like that just fumble we saw in the Jets game, but recovered by
Yeah.
the other team. And now Kelsey is to the races. They should definitely catch him. He doesn't have speed like that, but very happy to see on the offensive side for Kansas City that Kelsey is getting super involved here. But I'm just trying to make sense of when these players have decided to go fast or go slow. Right now, it appears
Yeah.
that both teams have just decided to pedal to the metal. We're not gonna. Well, as soon as I say that, now we're back on 7 seconds for Kansas City. But I mean, I think that's what was working for Kansas City is just holding this ball and just saying, "Hey, look, you're only going to get one possession. You better do the best you can with it." You know.
It seems like both of these players kind of beat to their own drum, and kind of on a whim decide whether they want to take their time, whether they want to go quickly, and that variance might be enough to kind of keep their tempo, uh, as something that the other defense is not going to be able to really connect on. But 3rd and 2, just getting towards the end of the third quarter. He might not snap this, actually. He will not. So we will get to the fourth.
Yeah.
Bills
Yeah.
the only one to score here, and the Chiefs, on the brink of scoring potentially at the beginning of this fourth quarter.
Well, Noah didn't make me look bad. I did say that Buffalo wasn't going to get the ball back until the fourth quarter. So,
Yeah,
and now it could even be worse. It could be, it's still 3rd and 2. So if he does get a first down, he might be able to run another minute 30 off this clock, depending on what the texture of the plays look like after 3rd and 2. It looks like he's going for a touchdown, but he is going to have this short pass to square if he okay, didn't go to square that time. Went to triangle, but like. Um, he likes to build in this safety valve off to the
yeah.
left so that when the play, maybe isn't developing exactly how he wants to develop, he can still throw it over there. But it's not great for Buffalo either because we've seen that Kansas City does like to just run the clock down. And now we're looking at if the average, drive time for Buffalo has been like a minute 30, 2 minutes, they're going to have to give this ball back to the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see also what they do here because, if Kansas City does score, which stopped on that play in that 2 tight end set, do they go for the 2-point conversion and really put pressure on that next Buffalo possession? Um,
I
because
think if
once you kind of do
I
it once,
Yeah,
it kind of,
I think if they thought they weren't gonna get the ball back, that they would go for 2 here, but I think if they score here, which they are not, looks like they're going oh, man, this is actually getting a little dicey now, um, but this
running
is a
the ball
situation
twice.
where I think they're gonna go for 2 if they do score because Noah appears to be looking to hold this ball to about, like, 2 minutes, um, and if they hold it to 2 minutes, that will put it right in, like, the time frame for Buffalo to be able to score with no timeout, so it really depends on what happens right now. Like, if he scores here, they probably just kick.
Oh,
Oh!
what a stop there at the line. It's a 1 yard line,
That's
and they
crazy.
are going to go for it, and we'll see what the defense can do to stop this. Mahomes looking to change the play, look on the left side or the drag route on the right, going to zero, could be
No!
stopped. Oh,
Oh!
and it is going to be a turnover on downs on the 1 yard line. And this fourth down play for Noah does not work out.
Unreal. I mean, it's it's kind of funny that it doesn't work because now they're at the 1, and if their normal drive time was at, like, 2 minutes, they making the extra 52 seconds because they have to start at
Yeah.
the 1 actually looks like this is probably gonna work out for them because they'll be able to run this clock pretty deep into it and just kick a field goal to end this thing, uh, unless Kansas City can miraculously play defense, which they have absolutely positively not shown to be able to do.
Yeah, trying to show some pressure here, and it does look like Jordu wants to run this one out, protect the ball. We're getting close to the 2 minute warning. Doesn't look like he's going to snap it beforehand. So it will take us to the 2 minute warning. A massive stop for the Buffalo Bills has put them in a position to really control their own destiny here, possibly take the lead 3rd and 4 from their own 7. What is the play call looking like here?
Well, it's not a run, I'll tell you that much. This is the thing is can they get a ball bat down? I mean, sack obviously is insane. But They just
Did you run it?
They do. I just can't comprehend putting yourself in 4th and 2. So now if this play goes sideways, you just lose the game. Like I don't get it. If you were going to go for it on 4th down anyway, I guess that's why you run it, but I think like if you're going to go for it on 4th down, you can throw it with and not have to stress. Now you definitely have to stress cuz anything can happen here.
Oh, pressure. But a great throw, and
Oh!
it's Diggs. And right now, Jordan has been so clutch with finding Diggs at the right time. That is a huge play. And with a minute 24, I mean, if you're the Chiefs, do you start using your timeouts trying to
No.
slow this down, or do you
They're
just
still
accept?
on the 19-yard line. Like
They only
they're
need a field goal.
Yeah, but they're playing for like a tie right now. They're not even and then
Oh,
all of a sudden Diggs doing it again. Big huge play here. So now 45 seconds. This is the plays we've seen over and over again from Buffalo being able to get into field goal range late and
wow.
no defense from Kansas City. None ya.
Absolutely. Davis will get a chunk here, and time is still running out. Buffalo probably should take a timeout here soon because I don't think they're in
No,
field goal range
they
yet.
are. Yeah, I mean, it's a 59, but I think they still feel pretty good about it. Like,
There's the timeout. So they wait. They wait until it's 20 seconds and then finally take the timeout. You still feel this feels like you could run the ball a few times
yeah,
and then
they want 5 or
yeah.
6 more yards right now. Like, I mean, obviously 10 would really good, but they would be very happy to just get 5, center this ball up. Just don't take a sack. That's
You
it.
throw it
Oh!
across the middle.
Oh!
It's intercepted by Reed. The absolute worst thing that can happen, and it is picked off, returned to the 46-yard line, and that is the absolute worst thing that can happen if you're the Buffalo Bills and Jordan.
And you've got 11 seconds. So he can still throw if he needs 10 yards. About 10. And that's right in his wheelhouse to be able to kick this field goal. It's going to be Pacheco to the left side, taking the timeout 6 seconds. So you could feasibly throw this again. You still have another timeout. It's got to be quick, but you want about 5 more yards. That's all you want. And you want it to be towards the middle. This is indoors, so you don't have to worry about anything when it comes to the wind or anything like that. But you just want to make sure you get this quick. It's going to be a quick one. You can throw it anywhere you like, but it has to be as soon as you get it, boom, got to make it. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah,
This man
there.
is giving me a heart attack.
Goodness. Gets down at 1 second. Earlier, we saw someone try to do the same thing and run out of time. They managed to do so. They will kick this. They should. Why do I feel not surprised if like all of a sudden they send their offense out there to go for the touchdown? Like I feel like
I can guarantee that will not
be
happen.
out of character.
Here we go from the right hash.
Harrison Butker gets the kick. It is up. It is good, and the Kansas City Chiefs will somehow get out of this. The key late interception in the middle of the field when it felt like Buffalo was on the precipice of basically stealing this game, and they just kind of get in their own way here, and Noah will take the first game.
Noah had not been able to play one lick of defense that whole game. Had the wheels fall off on 4th down and goal, you thought this game is over. This is all Buffalo. They're going to be able to go down the field. They started so deep in their territory that they were going to be able to run out the clock. And then you get this over-the-shoulder interception. Return it in enough time to be able to get enough yards. And then 1 second on the clock, kick the game-winning field goal. I mean, that is ice in your veins for Noah. I know he is hyped. And that is definitely backbreaking for Jordu to feel like, man, we have it all there, only to fall, victim to an interception, and they definitely want that pass back.
Yeah, they want the pass back, and they needed to decide on what they wanted to do with the timeouts and the time. Because we were talking about it, you were mentioning it's like, well, they can just run the clock out, do maybe one more play, but then they waited, called the timeout at 20 seconds, and then threw a pass in the middle of the field into traffic and just put the ball in danger. Like that feels like something the real Josh Allen would do. Just like throwing the game away. But yet you had, and again, you could have kicked like at the very end. You could have taken a knee and maybe lost a yard, but again, a 50-yard field goal is not something that's out of the wheelhouse of these players. It just was so close. And I just don't understand that play call when you were getting successful runs from Cook in those situations.
Well, the hard part is that the play call looked right. He was throwing to somebody who was essentially wide open. The pass was just short. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, if the pass has a little bit more arc, it's a touchdown, game's over. But in this case, it was not, and we are going to jump right in to the second game. No rest for the wicked. Kansas City with the ball again, and Buffalo has got to, like I said, feel some sort of way because they had their way with the Kansas City defense that entire game, except for their last offensive play.
Yeah, they made the largest stop at the goal line when they needed to, and now again having to work up against this tactician in Noah who'll start off with the run down the middle, picks up about 4, 2nd and 6. Trips to the left, Kelsey on the line. Right side, Mahomes wants to move to the right, has circle open,
Woo-hoo-hoo!
MVS,
Does
and
that
it feels like the exact same play that we saw them score with at the beginning of game number 1.
You took the words directly out of my mouth, but and this time he doesn't go for 2, but that looks like, I mean, the exact play we saw that scored them a touchdown to make it, 6-0 in the first game, and now Buffalo, again, there's really not even any pressure. I like to say, "Oh, man, like, maybe, oh, man, we gave up a first, a drive touchdown, we feel some sort of way about it," but no, Buffalo knows that Kansas City has literally played no defense except for the one interception, so they just have to go out and do their thing. They only used, 23 seconds on the clock, so Buffalo goes out, just keeps doing their thing, and just don't turn the ball over, and
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wanna say they should win the game if they do that, but they could. They definitely will be in the best position. They just pretty unfortunate at the end of the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's all about putting themselves in the best possible position to take a victory here, and they did that for the majority of game number 1. And really, it was only one maybe questionable play or one uh, play that just a little bit different execution would have put them in a better spot. Good pass to Gabe
Mhm.
Davis, who vice grips on the hands. Well done there, and they will continue that drive. First down.
Yeah, Davis has been doing a lot of work, on the outside, and you can't take it away from him so far. It's just been every single time, and now look, hey, we've got a defensive play, but all of a
Wow.
sudden, Shakir sees his quarterback is in trouble and comes back.
Yeah, great movement there from the quarterback, Allen, using that mobility to really extend that play. And Shakir coming back to, kind of help out. Maybe another opportunity here, the pylon, but will not be able to reach out for it. Gets to the 2-yard line, 1st and goal.
Yeah, that we have seen a little bit of trouble within the 5-yard line, but the 2-yard line is a whole different beast, man. Just where you can run it, you can do QB sneak. I don't know if we can do some tush push or brotherly shove going on, but the two
Yeah,
yard line, this should be as automatic as it gets. But you see, there's a little bit of oh
the
my god, the
lane
middle of the
there.
field just wide open here. But
Oh,
Tranquil with the spy.
yeah. Listen, Noah's been really great. Basically user to that middle linebacker to really deny Allen those lanes, but won't be able to deny that throw on an absolute line to the wide receiver. Good touchdown from them, and this should tie it up.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested in seeing Buffalo do more 2-point conversions.
Yeah.
I think that they've really just had their way with the Kansas City defense so much that, look, let's just start going for 2. And let's put some pressure because even if we miss it, I mean, I think that their success rate is gotta be much higher than 50%. So I think if you're Buffalo, you might consider that moving forward because you've been able to get pretty close to stopping Noah. I mean, Noah has not had been really anywhere close to stopping Buffalo, but I think on the other end of that, that you have a chance at really being able to just win on in the 2-point conversion game.
Yeah, it's interesting because once that 2-point conversion is used in that way, kind of introduced, it feels like it is now always on the table for these teams.
Mhm.
Where it's like you could always kind of tend to be a little bit more aggressive on these plays. But McKinnon looking for a little bit of room will get 4 yards on the play. Is Noah looking to again just chip away at this defense and great line here for Hardman. Nicole
Oh,
Hardman will make the room to the 10, to the 5, to the goal line, and it's a touchdown here for KC.
yeah. This the defense for Buffalo has not been up to par. It's been pretty leaky so far. I mean, these are 2 really long touchdowns. Um, And that does not bode well if you're giving up these 20-second touchdowns every single time, mostly because if you have to run more plays than your opponent, you give yourself more of an opportunity to make a mistake and get a turnover or any of those kind of things. So, um, Buffalo not playing Buffalo-esque defense so far.
Yeah, and it feels like Noah is really just finding those lanes and
Mhm.
has picked apart on multiple sides of the field, multiple receivers. Like it has just been a thing that I'm not sure that the Bills are going to be able to deal with, but it now comes down to the offense being able to respond, and Jordu has to do a lot of the work here, but pressure in Allen's face, and it
Yeah,
will be a sack here for the Chiefs defense.
great defense, for Noah up next to be able to use Cook and follow his receiver who was going outside that cut back inside because Allen was watching him. And now this
Go
is going to go right
again.
up the middle, but
Wow.
unable to get to him in time.
Yeah, that one just a little bit quicker of a route combination that Allen was able to target right before they took a hit there. 3rd and 2. Want to keep this drive alive. Options in the middle of
That's
the field. Down to Davis.
easy.
Davis will be able to hold on to it. Gets a huge chunk of change down to the 21-yard line.
Davis just putting on his Superman cape and dun da dun. Just, I mean, man,
Has just been that outlet here, and now looking for something, and that somehow is an incompletion. I truly thought that popped out and would be a fumble on the ground, but 2nd and 10 for this Bills team is again a little bit of movement back to this bunch formation on the right side.
Kansas City has been able to put a little bit more heat on Buffalo this game. I don't know if that's going to continue, but so far, so good. This is an easy touchdown, though.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Diggs
and
in that
Will
slot has
they
been
gonna go for
so
2?
deadly.
Nope, See, Noah is thinking like, "You know what? I think that they might go for 2, so we're gonna be in a regular, defensive formation," but not quite confident enough yet, from Jordu to, go into the 2-point conversion book.
Yeah, I mean, at least from today, Jordu has not been that player to throw that down, and until Noah did it earlier and kind of went against convention, literally the first touchdown of the game was like immediately went for 2. I don't think there's many players that brave that want to open up that can of worms. This is the end of the first quarter, or getting close to the end of the first quarter, I should say. 37 seconds left, as we still have plenty of time uh, in this half of play for Noah to do some damage here. But it will be them starting on the 25-yard line. Nice little run to McKinnon. They've used this little combo. They have the screen on the left side, and McKinnon has found some room to work here.
It is crazy the pace of this game. It is 14-14. in the first quarter in a 5-minute quarter
Yeah,
game. Um, and there hasn't even really been too many unsafe passes. It's just been like
yeah.
throw it to the wide open guy. So hopefully we can maybe see a little bit of I mean, what's it gonna hurt now to take a chance? You know what I mean? Like to try to get an interception, to try to get the extra, to get the sack, to do those kind of things. Because obviously it doesn't really matter. I mean, they've just been
Yeah.
scoring at will anyway. So I would love to see somebody take a chance, try to get their hands on the football and just do something different.
Oh,
Man,
it's
circle is
it's
so
it's
open,
circle.
Lord.
Yeah. Is he not past the line? This is the same play, by the
Yeah,
way. It's
literal same play.
finding that play. Um, MVS has had a day with that, and I almost thought Mahomes is getting oh so close to that line of scrimmage, but just not able to cover that play. And that is, it seems like that is just a zone beater. Right now, Buffalo has not been able to really get enough people to lock that route combination down.
Yeah, like this is if you're not putting pressure on the quarterback, that play is just going to be there. I mean,
Yeah,
God, I mean, it's a
he's
long
hit you,
developing play.
and he's hit you with two different receivers. He's hit that basically crossing post
Mhm.
like 3 or 4 different times, and he's also hit the inside receiver
Mhm.
on the go route. So if he doesn't like what he sees on what MVS does there, there's the other receiver basically one route tree to the
Oof.
left that he's also able to hit.
Yeah, and
But
that was the first play that I think that like might have possibly been an interception. Obviously, the defensive back went for the tackle there, but I mean, if he can turn that around like a second earlier, probably ends up with the pick.
first and 10 here as Buffalo looks to respond. And oh, that one is
Oh!
going to be intercepted. What a heads up play. Allen wanted that one quickly to the receiver. And I think it was a little bit of a fake pressure. And then they backed up into coverage
Mhm.
and just sniffed that one out from start to finish.
And so I'm saying, like, I like being able to take a chance, maybe show something different. You see Mahomes looking about to heat up now and maybe
Yeah.
do some damage. Oh my god, the whole woo! So I would fully expect now to see Kansas City slow this down. But we will see short. No, see, exactly. Like this is a situation where you definitely do not want to quicken the tempo. You want this to go just like he did. I
Yeah.
don't want Buffalo to get the ball again. I want to burn all 330 right now. And
Yeah.
it's very
Absolutely.
possible and easy for him to be able to do it this time. You get the turnover. You haven't played great defense. You're just trying to hopefully create a mistake. Um, Doing a little bit more running than you normally would see from Kansas City, but that's literally because every run is 35 seconds ish off the clock.
Yeah, and this is the style that Kansas City has done really well. This past year, obviously the champions, and this is a Kansas City team that offensively, even though we know them as an offensive powerhouse, everybody uses them in these tournaments like this because of Mahomes. But their offense was not the thing that they necessarily relied on, but
Mhm.
they got a lead, they held onto it, and they truly managed the clock. They took what the defense gave them. They didn't really take any shots down the field if they didn't need to. And this is the kind of game that this has turned into because you're right. They don't have to give this ball back. They don't want to give this ball back. So instead, they're going to bide their time. They're going to, just churn up some yards, and they're going to allow McKinnon and Pacheco, who we really see mostly McKinnon on the field here. But
Yeah,
they're going to allow these two running backs to really just take up the bulk of this ball here.
and you see Noah not allowing his running back to even take a hit, just like falling down. Like
Yeah,
you know that Buffalo wants to try to force a fumble, something to that effect. But you're at a minute 20 now, so you're not getting the ball back unless he happens to score a touchdown randomly. Um, for Kansas City, they're just a matter of like even if a field. I mean, they'd love to have a touchdown, right? But like they'll take a
right.
field goal. It's just whatever. Give me two possessions. I don't care how it comes. Just make sure that they don't get the ball back and we're up a couple. And here we go. Mahomes using his feet. He wants to get down. Oh my lord!
Oh, yeah, a little bit late there on the slide. Again, the refs not nearly as not nearly as quick to pulling out the flags in Madden 24 as they are in
Yeah.
real life.
Your checking
But
account would be about 35,000 less. You do that.
yeah, you wouldn't like the emails or the letters that you get about the fines that you got for that specific contact. But another
Yeah, and Patrick
pass
would be in your
complete.
ear. You woke up the wrong. Anyway,
Clock going down here. And it will go down to about 30 seconds. KC want to control the pace of play. McKinnon yet again.
easy.
Options here. Will
Nope,
they
he's not going
score?
to score.
No.
No way. Yeah, the
They
thing
just
here
want to
is that
wait.
yeah, you want to run the last play at like 5 seconds, because well, not even 5 seconds. I think like 11 seconds is pretty much the time where you feel like they're not going to be able to score in 11 seconds. So they'll get another play here. It's 2nd and 1. They're going to run it for sure. Like I mean, 100%. They're going to run this ball, and then you can take your shots once you're at like 11 seconds. And I'm obviously wrong. They're going to do it now.
Yeah,
What
Mahomes
are
has
you
to be
doing,
real careful here.
brother? I mean, just slide at that point.
Yeah, they took a lot of time just to get that one back. And the 3rd and 13, it's not necessarily the yards that are an issue; it is the time that is more against them. But
Yeah, I mean, they still
they
have
are
a timeout. That's not even an
yeah,
issue
they're
either.
gonna
Like,
throw the
I
ball.
mean,
He might run this one, and looks like he is gonna go to the pylon. And 2 seconds left, 4th
I
and
think you have
3.
to kick a field goal, man. Like, 2
Yeah,
possessions is just so big, and I know that we saw the situation before and they went for it, but like, yeah, there's still some sense in there. Not the full gambler.
yeah. No, and I think this is a little bit of a different situation too because Noah already has the game advantage, right? If
Mhm.
this was a best of one, or if this was a the first game in the series, I feel
Yeah.
like we would have seen that earlier choice be made yet again. But now knowing that you really only need this game to take the victory, I think making the safer choice, taking the points there, making it a 10-point game, a 2 possession game, is the correct choice here.
Yeah, and having the 10-point differential really lets Kansas City do their thing, because Buffalo is again almost certainly going to score unless they turn it over, which is what we've seen. That's going to should take anywhere between 1:30 to 2 minutes, but then Kansas City's just going to hold the ball. They just
Yeah,
it's like they're going to make sure that they hold this thing forever. And this is
what a play.
what a yeah, I was going to say what a pass, what a route, all of the above. Um, and that was a thing of beauty. What are you going to do against that?
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen has these moments like that, and we've seen. I mean, all of the quarterback play that we've seen today has really shown out. That is another one to Gabe Davis, who does catch the ball, dropped it fairly quick when they hit the sideline, but did in fact catch that.
I mean,
Des
Allen has
Bryant might have a
200.
few things to say about that, but
Yeah, Allen's got 247. Like, and they only have 14 points. 247.
looking for these crossing routes, doesn't want to get hit, but does
Ooh.
get that to Knox. And I believe Snead was right there and just maybe a yard or two away from stepping up and intercepting that one. But
Why are we getting
it,
the zoomed in kick on an extra
yeah,
point?
just a
Pressure.
big moment there to really put that one in. Makes it a 3-point game and
Oh, here
51. Oh
onside.
my. Jordy saw it work and now wants to do the same exact thing. No one's there.
Oh!
No one's there, and someone needs to grab it. It is going to be the Buffalo Bills,
Wow!
and that is
Again!
the second onside kick that we have seen work on this stream. Rob, what is happening?
I am astonished. That is such a huge mistake for Kansas City to allow an onside to not. I mean, you can take
They
a
didn't
timeout.
adjust. Yeah, they did take a timeout. They didn't adjust. They were in their base thing. They only had 2 players there, and no one was able to cover it. I mean, that's huge. That's a huge play, and now Allen will throw that one away, but that could be massive here for Buffalo.
Yeah, this was why we wanted to have a 2-possession game. This is why you take the field goal at the end of the half, because you feel like, look, even if they score, I'm getting the ball back and they haven't stopped me. We can keep
Yeah.
this 2 possessions for the rest of the game. So the onside kick obviously flips this very much on its head. And now Kansas City's got to come up with another interception. And it's not like these interceptions are just, coming out all the time. This is a very difficult thing. You've got to be able to play defense, and this is
Oh,
almost kind of like a pick to be able to keep that defender from getting over there. But yeah, Kansas City, unfortunate.
1st and 10 from the 24. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Allen drops back, goes to the right. Shakir, does he have it? Yes, he
Ooh,
does. That one was about as close as it was. It looks like a coin flip as who would actually come down with that ball, but it was a reception here for the Bills. They will now run the ball, and that should be a touchdown. And just as quickly as they did the onside kick, they flip the script. They take the lead. Buffalo, after this PAT, they will be up by 4.
this was a two-possession game not that
Yeah.
long ago. It's and a two-possession game for Kansas City. For anybody who has come in to watching this game midway, it was 10-point lead for Kansas City, and now 4-point lead for Buffalo, but 2:54. So if everything goes according to plan, Kansas City will not give this ball back to Buffalo to the fourth quarter. And
Yep.
then from there, it will be how fast will Buffalo score, because they have literally only been stopped with an interception in this game, an interception last game. The interception last game was what made them lose. This time, they know that they've got to take better care of the ball, but Kansas City going to probably run this clock well into the fourth quarter before they give the ball back.
A very similar route here. And do you like the look that the Buffalo Bills are giving? You could tell that the user now going on Hyde, who is covering that slot receiver just to make sure that that play across the middle is not going to happen. But 2nd and 2, McKinnon finds a little bit of space down the middle and will get the first down. 7 rushes, 32 yards. It doesn't feel like a lot, but has just picked those moments
Mhm.
oh so perfectly.
Ooh, that
Oh,
was a little bit dangerous. If Buffalo could have jumped in front or jump in front of that, did not. But we are well into the 2 minutes, or 2 minutes left in the third, and no pressure. Oh, whew,
wow.
that would have been some kind of pass.
And these are some dangerous. We haven't seen Noah put the ball in danger very
Mhm.
often, but some of these routes are putting in danger. You saw that early route from McKinnon, that Texas route that we like to call it, which is always a running back's least favorite route just because it puts you in danger over the middle of the field. But now a sack there, 3rd and 14 for the Chiefs, and they really need points here.
Yeah, I mean, again, they haven't been stopped like twice in a row on plays. So this is another situation where it's like, okay, cool, we got it. Don't worry about it. Oh, he
Wow.
dropped it. Now, okay, so I I spoke too soon, because they hadn't had two plays where it was like, two incompletions or two negative plays or something like that. And that play looked like that was going to be an easy pickup. Now all of a sudden, you got to have a 14-yard play, and the pressure has been coming to Mahomes.
Yeah, and that is the maybe one of the players that you least expect to drop it. Travis Kelsey, usually so dependent, but kind of got rocked as they received that ball. 4th and 14. Big play here because a turnover in this part of the field could be huge for Buffalo. Minute 13 left. Mahomes looking across. Can find something downfield
No
R1,
way.
but there's going to be someone there.
Oh,
And Rep will be able to get the interception and now takes off. Looking to get through to the left side, but will be taken down. And Buffalo, I mean, that is basically a punt there because just covered up. And that is huge here for this Buffalo Bills defense.
yeah, catching that ball is really bad.
Yeah.
Like, you just want to just knock it down. Like, you just cost your team a lot of yards, and I mean, yeah, it's not great. It's just you
Listen,
don't want to
it's
catch
so
that.
hard. It's so hard to tell those safeties and cornerbacks not to intercept the ball. They
Yeah, when they
they
see
don't
those
see much
cookies.
of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
when they see the cook, they just want to put their hand in the cookie jar,
right.
and they
I
don't
get
get
it.
the opportunity. So they just take it. I used to be a corner. I know it's hard to say no.
Yeah, they've got those
But
bonuses built in the contract, man. They go, well,
yeah,
man, if I get 5 picks this year, that's a lot of money. But in the video game, that doesn't count. Knock the ball down.
massive quarter here for the Buffalo Bills, 14-0 in that quarter. And now we go to the fourth. And you were talking about earlier that KC basically they could limit the time. They didn't have to allow the Buffalo Bills to see the ball again. And they didn't quite get the job done. Now Buffalo, 3rd and 10 here. They want to
Yeah,
be able to do some damage.
not too many quarters where Noah is getting 14 owed plus they have the ball.
Wow.
Like lots of bad things have happened this game. You got Kelsey dropping a for sure first down that, could be leading to a game leading touchdown. And now you got Allen just on fire, just doing a ton of damage. Um, it's looking like all roses right now for Buffalo, especially. I mean, they're only up 4, so they really do need a touchdown here, but they
Yeah,
can make this clock go way down if they can get a first down.
absolutely. And, both teams have all those timeouts. So important here as Cook makes a move, can continue to go. And it's this mind game is starting to come to play again because I do think he went down a little bit early. And it's so funny. This time management game starts in the second quarter. Uh
Hmm.
almost right before the half of like, when to score, how much time do I leave on the clock? Uh Screen pass over to the right will be stopped. And while the Bills offense is on the field, I mean, they have over 300 yards, most of that passing. So they are going to, try to create a little bit of room here. Again, Cook for about 7 yards on that one. So plenty of time, and we are going to get to the 2-minute warning here.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down to the 2-minute warning. This is a situation where you've somehow, some way, you got to get a stop. You just have to. Like now, granted, you got 2 downs that you got to stop them 3 yards. So
Yep.
it is next to impossible based on what information we've seen over the last game or so. But if you give up the first down, you lose the game.
Yep.
So
Allen might run
and
here.
Allen is all over it and slides. So yeah, like the clock is going to run because he started his slide before he went out of bounds. And
Yeah.
even though Kansas City has 3 timeouts, they're not using them. So unless I am confused here, I'm not sure what Kansas City thinks they're going to be able to do here.
Yeah, and Allen just going to be able to put that
Wow.
one in. They are going to take that QB run. And again, it's that RPO. They are going to read that defender, and Allen will take it into the end zone. Absolutely huge play from them. And they just had basically just them and the goal line at that play.
Mhm.
The AT is good. 35-24. An 11-point game with 116 left.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that Kansas City was like in pure control of this game
Yeah.
until the onside kick.
Well, and it reminds me about what happened at the end of the second quarter, right before the half. We were talking about they did not interesting way to get the touchback there. But they did not take the touchdown. They could have taken the touchdown. They could have taken the points, but they started this game of, possessions rather than just taking the points before the half. They ended up only with a field goal there. And, thinking that they have that and all of a sudden it's an interception and a quick touchdown after the half away, and now you're in this position where you're running out of time here. Pass over to leave McKinnon there.
And it looks like we are setting up to have another game 3. Whoa.
Okay.
Maybe I've spoke too soon because we are about
Oh
to see
my
an
lord.
onside kick again, but the
Yep.
other team will be prepared this time.
So there's no possible chance it goes 3 for 3, right? There's no possible
No,
chance.
no chance.
Okay, they do go for the 2-point conversion, which is smart. That way, they don't need a touchdown to win. They could get the field goal and tie. Mahomes looking to run to the pylon. Will be able
There
to
it
get it.
is.
So a 3-goal game. They have to go with the onside kick, but Buffalo will be prepared for it. Do we go 3 for 3 on the
No
day?
chance. No way.
Butker. Good hit, and it will be Gabe Davis, who the exact kind of player that you'd want on the hands team. Will get that one to go, and they should be able to just see this clock go down.
Yep. And here we go. We're going to be getting ready for the penultimate, the game 3. And Buffalo is feeling pretty good about what they've been able to do. I mean, that's the same play we saw on the touchdown.
Yep. I love it.
There is some world where Kansas City, who has not been able to do any sort of defensive anything, maybe somehow, some way stops them right here with a fumble. But that's literally it.
I might lose my mind if that were to happen. Don't throw the ball.
Shock. I'm stunned.
What are they? Okay.
Here we go.
They need
2
this,
plays.
They need this first down, 3rd and 4.
And he's controlling Reed this time.
Yep.
And Allen looks like they might actually run. They look like they might throw this football. They might make this a little more interesting.
They're going to throw this football, and I'm very, very concerned. They're throwing the football. Options on the right. Allen taking all their time. It will be Diggs. And Jordan, I mean, just finds Diggs anytime there's a moment, but golly, do they make this just so much more tense than it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they are the ones playing for big money. It's their reputation, so I got nothing to say. You do you, boo-boo. And it's knees time, and we're going to game 3, and it has been definitely a back-and-forth affair. Shocked that the Kansas City Chiefs, who I believe had 22 points at half, were only able to, put up this many, and had a 10-point lead. But again, the onside kick changed the velocity of where this game is going, and now it's time for game 3.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see for the last match of the day. I mean, we were treated to the series prior that went to 3. Now we get all 3 games here, and again, they have not been sleepers. I mean, these have been high-octane games. They've a lot of decisions made, a lot of clock management, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with the calls or not. Maybe a lot to talk about later. But it has just been such a treat to see these players compete at this level. Again, 35, 32, just as close of a game as you could get.
Both of these players are playing outstanding on offense. The defense, like I said, has not really been there. But when the defense isn't there, you have a different strategy. It is more of clock management. It's more of what is the onside kick? What do the 2-point conversions look like? So it's a game within a game if we aren't able to play that much defense. But Buffalo has been able to do some things. I mean, their defense has looked more stout. They were able to get that 4th down stand. I think it was in game 1. So even though they didn't win that game, there's still some semblance of being able to play defense from Buffalo. And if you're Kansas City, they have been able to get turnovers. So, I mean, let's see what this last game looks like. Can they get another big turnover to change the tide of the game? Can it be like we saw earlier where you get an early pick 6, get you that early momentum and be able to carry it all the way through? So it's going to be something else.
It is going to be something else. Something else indeed is what we're going to see, and it looks. Hold on, we're getting a message here, and I'm just gonna wait to confirm that. It does not look like we are going to see this last match here. It looks like Noah has forfeited, which means that Jordu is the victor here. Yeah, apologies for that we're not able to see this game number 3, but I mean, still an incredible 2 games that we saw.
Yeah.
But yeah, congrats to Jordu who pulled off the victory in that last one, and we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've had a great time today being able to talk some Madden and watch some exciting games, and we will most likely be back at this next week with some new competitors, maybe some old competitors. We won't know until then, and but I think that we are going to be able to possibly get an interview.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to get an interview. Jordu is in the wing, so we are going to take a quick second to get that interview set up. So do not go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll get an interview with the victor. Welcome back, folks, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. A full day of Madden 24, and only one man stands at the top. Rob here with me, Cobra, and our champion here, Jordu, with us in the booth. Jordu, how are you doing?
I'm fine, man. How you doing?
Doing quite well, and excited that we were able to see your journey in this one. Some tough games that you had to go through in your second and third round as well. Yeah, how are you feeling about how you played, and are you feeling tired? Are you feeling accomplished? What is your sense after the games that you play?
I'm feeling very accomplished. I was very jittery. Like, you saw that I couldn't get stops. So it's like, what can I do? What's next? 'Cause you can't focus on the last play. So it was really like, what's the next thing I can do to win this game? Because I don't really focus on the pass.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I was going to ask you, when you're not getting stops like that, were you considering just starting to go for two because your offense was doing so well?
No, I only go for two and take risks when it's forced upon me, honestly. I like the game coming to me. I don't really like forcing anything. I took advice from the great Henry. I know he went to Madden, but this shit. He told me, take your points and take what they give you. So I'm doing just that.
All right, awesome. Well, you did that quite well, and you were kind of part of a little bit of an anomaly up here. We were talking about how you had a onside kick done against you, and then you took that same exact thing and then used an onside kick in your last match. Is that typically something that you find a lot of success with, and what was the game plan in terms of using it when you did?
So the game plan, how down was I? I was down 7, right? I believe I was down 7. So it was just all about Noah. I saw his game plan was to waste the clock. So I didn't want the clock being wasted on me, because if I don't have the clock, I don't have nothing. When that clock hits 0, game over. So short field, even if I didn't get a short field, go get a stop. And he wasn't having that much success in the red zone. He was just getting deep bombs. So that was my game plan. But Mad Goss was on my side that play. I feel like most of my games early, they weren't on my side, so they had to come around some way, somehow, because it was a whole lot of things that didn't go my way in my first 2 rounds. So yeah, I'm glad it turned out the way it turned out.
Awesome. Well, We don't want to keep you all night. We just wanted to say congratulations. Excellent play all day. Way to bring it home. And we hope to see you, at another tournament taking it again.
Yes, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Can I get a shout out,
Go
please?
for
Yeah,
That's okay.
absolutely. Go ahead.
I want to shout out the family, A&M family, Bulldogs Esports. I want to shout out my mom, my uncle, cousins, and yeah, that's about it.
Beautiful.
A&M, we on the rise though. A&M Esports, we on the rise. Y'all will see and hear more from me.
I gotta love it. Appreciate that, sir. Jordu 2X from Alabama A&M University, representing here, and quite the day that he had, and quite the day that we had. We are all done for today, and Rob, I mean, a ton of things that we saw. Any final words from you here?
No, I had a great time. Always happy to see some shootouts. We saw a couple really big defensive plays. That's more my specialty, but I'm never going to turn down some fireworks, and we saw plenty of that today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are, there'll be more opportunities to view some more things from the Rally Cry Collegiate series. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But right now, we are done for today. We will see you next time.